why in this situation, and again, it's an allegation from Phil of him saying, like, there's no way they can let Payton Watson go. Well, that means second apron. And if that's the conversation, I think the answer is just no. No what? I think the answer is no, as much as we love and respect what Payton Watson has done, will do, and ZB beats in Phil. We got to give Phil a bunch of crap today. But if Phil said this, ZB, and I want to know, bringing up the Payton Watson situation, because I guess last night on Twitter, and what a game, by the way. What a game. Are you kidding me? Blow your mind.
One of, in the most literal sense.
Unbelievable.
One of the best wins, one in the history of the Denver Nuggets. But in terms of, like, upset wins, that's as good as you're going to find in, like, modern NBA history, literally.
Yeah.
Before the game, if you wanted to bet Philly to win the game, if you wanted to make $100 for Philly to win the game, you had to bet $900 to win $100. That's how much of a favorite the Sixers were.
When we left, it was 15. Was the
it closed at 15.5.
15.5. Okay. I was wondering about that. But I guess on Twitter, and it was on our rundown, so it totally has to be true, Phil was saying, like, don't let Payton Watson go. That means second apron, dude. So as much as we appreciate him, and I know you guys appreciate him a ton, and we never did, although the one thing that Dover may have said, I don't remember him saying that about, like, Payton Watson guys are dime a dozen.
Yeah,
I don't remember him saying that. I'm not saying he didn't say that, but
no,
whatever.
He said that he said it.
Okay.
He said that.
Okay, that's fine. Well, that's clearly untrue.
And that was the biggest thing. That was the biggest thing for me. It was like, wait, hold on a second.
Phil, thanks for showing up. We're talking about your tweet. Not letting Payton Watson go means second apron. As much as you guys love him, and listen, I appreciate I like his game defensively more, whatever, and I want to see more from Julian Strawther. That's just me. But second apron? Second apron. One, Kroenke's not going to do it. And I'm not saying trade him for the trade deadline, because that's also a conversation. Like, would you actually trade Payton Watson? Well, then you're going to get nothing for him because he's gone.
No,
he's gone.
And well,
second apron. You're going to second apron for a bench player.
Now,
seriously.
Zach, correct me if I'm wrong. There are a couple things that could happen. Now, will people be happy about it? Probably not. But if you want to keep a player, you can keep a player. Yes, you can go past the second apron if you want to, and you have to pay the taxes. That's not our problem as fans. We want our guys here. We want to win championships. The other thing you may be able to do is trade a couple players. You may not want to trade some of the players I might ask Zach by later, but you may want to trade somebody if you feel like Payton Watson is a guy that's going to continue to excel, a guy that has not reached his potential just yet and can help you win for many years.
Well, there's clearly more meat on the bone with Payton. Like, offensively, that's clearly where the meat is, and he can still keep up his defensive effort as he did last night with a couple of blocks. But aren't we talking second apron?
Well,
is that 1,000% the way it has to be?
Well, I want to say this. The fact that this conversation can be entertained is, I think, for me right now in the month of January, the point. The fact that he has forced a conversation like this, because, look, I've been high on Payton Watson. He's not God's gift. He's not a perfect player. I've been a little higher than most, I think. I didn't see this coming. The guy's averaging over 12 points for a title contending team while being your primary on-ball defender. Like when like we talked about a couple months ago, it used to be Aaron Gordon, but when they played Timberwolves, P-Watt, you got Ant. Mm-hmm. Houston, Durant, P-Watt, you got him.
Yeah.
And he's done great, but now he's also, like, think about this. Guys, he's shooting over 50%. He's shooting over 50% on the season, not like for the last 3 games or the month. He's shooting over 50%. Guys, he's shooting a better three-point percentage this season than Devin Booker. So, like, I didn't see this coming.
Okay.
I didn't see this sort of development. But here's the thing. We have to remind ourselves. He's 23 years old. Typically, NBA history, and everyone's a little bit different, but in general, NBA history says you are not reaching your prime until you're about 27 years old. He's 23, and he won't turn 24 for another 9 months. I mean, so this has been a revelation. Do you go into the second apron for him? Probably not. Probably not.
Do you trade him?
I don't think you can do that either. I think I'd rather go into the second apron for someone like Payton Watson than trade him, because you're in a title window. And Jokic, if this is about Jokic's prime, you're not going to get better moving on from that guy. You're just not.
And he's a developmental player that you took a flyer on. and you're finally seeing the rewards of what this young man is bringing to the table, or what he can, as long as he consistently gets better. Do you really want to throw that away? Do you
It's
wanna
not
just,
throwing
give
it away.
hand
It's
it
just
to somebody else?
dealing with a cheap owner. They're never going to go in the second apron for Payton Watson. And I could totally be wrong. I'd love to be wrong. But they're not going to do that for Payton Watson.
You're probably right. But here's what I'll say, too, about Payton Watson. There is an argument to be made that you are just starting to scratch the surface.
Sure, yes.
This is the first season where he is inside the circle of trust and he plays every single night, major minutes every single night. And this is what you're seeing in the first season. But consider this. He has spent 3 previous years leading up to this year for this moment. And now he's got the ball in his hands and he's making plays without Jokic and these guys, and there's very few shot creators on this team after Jamal, and you're seeing him being one of them. But here's what I think is interesting. He wasn't asked to do that last year or the year before or the year before. But also remember, he is the lowest point per game first-round pick in the history
4
of
points,
the
right?
NBA draft, less half than that, 2 points.
2 points.
He was a one-and-done at UCLA.
That's crazy.
He committed to a team that was just in the Final Four the year before and was bringing a bunch of guys back. So he was not asked to do that at UCLA either, actually so far removed from it. So Payton Watson has the ball in his hands and being asked to create offense for the first time since he was a senior in high school. And this is the result that you're seeing?
Without Jokic right now.
Correct. And don't forget, who was the name that Jokic has assisted the most to any player this year?
P.Y.
Payton Watson. So he's learned how to play with Jokic, and then you take Jokic out of the frame, and he is a shot creator, and he's shooting over 50%, and he is your primary on-ball defender. I mean, after Jamal Murray, I think Jamal Murray has been, in addition to Jokic, because Jokic was having the best physical season of his. So he's the big story. But after that, it's Jamal's resurgence and revival. After that, Payton Watson is the best story this year with the Denver Nuggets.
Right. We thought it would be Cam, but Cam's been hurt, and he's also been a little bit uncomfortable with the result. He was coming around, and then he got hurt.
He started to heat up a little bit.
And we thought it could be Jonas Valanciunas. He wasn't playing well before he got hurt. Now he played well in the game that he did get hurt. But he's averaging 12 minutes a night or something like that. So Payton Watson has turned into the story that I'm telling you what. I mean, I'm not saying you're like some sort of psychopath if you're considering trading him because you can get.
And I'm not considering trading him. And you're not throwing him away, Phil. I did not say throw away. I just think you have to realize you're not going into the second apron. Once you sign Christian, you know you weren't keeping Payton. So you use him up and you let him go. The interesting thing is, and I'll leave you with this. On a championship team, you need guys like that to kind of emerge and do more. We were thinking Cam. We were thinking Jonas.
Yes.
And it was him. Who's that on the Broncos? Now, that's a different conversation. But with Payton Watson, I think enjoy him while he's here because I don't think he's here next year. So go get that ring.
You're probably right. And it may be, hey, we're pushing to win the championship. And so, I
can't go with that with you guys, though, man. My man is staying here. And the biggest reason why is because of Jokic. Like, Jokic is going to have the final say, whether Kroenke and them like it or not. If Jokic wants to keep Payton Watson, by the way, when you're watching that game, who is Jokic coaching up?
Yeah, he was bending his ear.
Yes, he was, man. Like, telling him, describing what he needs from him, and guess what? Well, my man will go out there and do exactly what Jokic is saying.
I want to know who you want to trade away, because there's some names that, to me, are untradeable. Even for keeping Payton Watson.
This is why I got to ask the question for ZB. I'm going to ask a couple questions and see what he feels about.
And I do agree with you. Like, it's great that we're having this conversation.
That's the point.
Because I never thought we would have this conversation.
And I think and it's semantical, but since we're in sports talk radio, it's worth it. I think the not the central conversation, but I think the more fun conversation is if they could do it again, would they extend Christian instead of Payton Watson? If they could do it again, because I got news for you. Payton Watson this year averaging more points than Christian when Christian was healthy. So it's like one of these things where, like, obviously I would, and I told when we had that little sports tiff a month or two ago, whatever it was, I said I would have made the same decision that the Nuggets did. I wouldn't have extended Payton Watson and not Chris.
Yes, able to win a championship.
Yes, he was a big part of it, and he's just a big part of everything that they do. But what you're seeing here, it does beg the question: if they could do it again, would they make the same decision?
You're gambling on potential. because we didn't know Watson had this potential. We hadn't seen it.
Well, you had some. You had
but
some.
But not this level.
Not this level.
With Christian, you have to have the conversation of, have we seen the best of Christian Braun? And the answer is probably yes. It's really good.
It's a higher floor.
It's a higher floor, but it's a lower ceiling.
But the ceiling for P-Watt, I mean, this guy.
Not everybody has upside, Phil. I know you're going to do the player thing. Everybody's upside forever. It's not that case.
We're talking about, and maybe we're just in the moment. And I brought this up with ZB the other day.
We're always in the moment.
Maybe we're in the moment with Payton Watson because of CB being hurt. But that minute that Christian Braun finally gets healthy enough to just explode, then we're going to be sitting here looking like, damn, that's why they paid him a lot of money. It's going to be interesting to see what happens throughout the time here. But if Payton Watson keeps this up,
he's 23.
Consistency.
I said 2 years ago, not last season, the season before that, and Dover and Stokely were doing the show.
Yeah.
I said, I think Payton Watson can be a $100 million player.
Yep.
And I think I'm going to be right about that.
And people thought you were crazy.
And at the time, it sounded crazy. But the night before, he didn't score a point. But I watched what he did against prime Kevin Durant and prime Bradley Beal. And maybe back half of the prime. But it was like, holy smokes, these guys can't get around him. He's blocking jump shots. Yeah. He blocked jump shots in the clutch last night. And I'm like, that looks like an all-pro, all-NBA style defender. You may see Payton Watson be a first-team, second-team, all-NBA defender on an $85 million I mean, I'm telling you, I think that is extremely realistic.
I think it's fun. ZB, congrats on those numbers. And you've created a monster. Because this guy, Phil, congrats on those numbers.
I appreciate it, bro.
I love it, man. Like the dynamic now, the drives must listen every single day.
Dude, thank you so freaking much.
Y'all and y'all's work.
Damn, I didn't see that coming. Thank you. Give me a pound again. Appreciate that, brother.
Boom.
Appreciate that very much. Okay, wait until you hear what the latest projections say about the Broncos' chances to play in the Super Bowl. Details next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Chargers and closed out the regular season with a win. After a roller coaster season, does Sean Payton have his team dialed in for the playoffs? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about a New Year's resolution. All right, now is the time of year. Maybe you're thinking about that. Maybe you're executing a New Year's resolution. Guys, if you've been suffering from erectile dysfunction, all right, I'm telling you, there's no better resolution than you can make them be done with ED. Be done with it. You're in the driver's seat of this decision, okay? ED is a medical condition, and like most other medical conditions, it's treatable. And I'm talking about treatments with success rates well over 90% at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, all right? They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. Guys, it's real simple. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. Stop living with ED. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900 or simply visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
When you've been hit by an 18-wheeler, there's 3 things you need to do. First, call the police and get medical care. Second, don't talk to the insurance company alone. And third, call the truck crash lawyers at Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson has 50 years of experience holding them accountable and over $50 million recovered after truck crashes. Call Berg Simpson today and let us fight for you so you can focus on healing.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling here on a Tuesday, January 6th. Back on the drive. Maybe a hot take Tuesday. We'll see how it goes. What up, Phil?
Woo! What's going on, man? What's going on? How's everything going over there in the By household?
Man, things are pretty good. My wife just went back to work yesterday after 2 weeks off. And I was thinking about, I'm like, you get 2 weeks off. I'm like, will I have, and I could if I want to, okay? So I don't want to get, I'm not, I sound like a martyr. But I'm like, I don't think I'll have 2 weeks off until I retire.
Ooh, okay.
I don't think I'll have 2 weeks off till I retire.
You work too damn hard, Zach.
I don't like that much time off. Yeah. I like coming in here and doing this job.
Both our kids are back in school.
Yes.
So, you know.
And today was the first day. Today was the first day because you know, am I going to say it? 2 weeks isn't long enough. The teachers need a full day with no students after they get back.
Hey, you're
to
get in trouble.
Settled back in. And I love my teachers. I advocate for my teachers. I think they're the most underappreciated, and I think they deserve the time off that they get. But if you just had 2 weeks off when you return to work and the kids got to stay home another day so you can get resettled back in, I'm like, come on, guys. Come
on now. You know how hard it is to deal with our kids?
Look.
And the sicknesses.
So I was with my kids yesterday. So today was my first day in a couple weeks, weeks.
Yeah.
I get my daughter to school, my 4-year-old Mia, the apple of my eye right now, and then my wife takes our son, and so I have my day back.
Yeah, it's like you have to get right back into the routine, right? Getting up in the morning, getting the kids dressed, getting the kids fed, whether it's you or your wife that has to do it. I mean, it's just a routine, and for us, it's the exact same thing. I'm the one that usually gets Phillip's breakfast going. Now, It's not a hearty breakfast there. I'm not going to go out there and make eggs and pancakes and bacon, but it's going to be good enough. It's Dad's way.
Yeah.
Dad's the chef.
Simple during the week, maybe pancakes and stuff on the weekend.
Yes. Yeah. Get the pancake mix out and do something on the weekend.
I am the pancake maker.
You know, me too. When we do make pancakes, I'm going to get the chocolate chips. I'm gonna put them in the pancakes, and it's gonna be gravy. We're gonna be good. We're gonna have a fun time.
And my son, Phil, for whatever reason, my 7-year-old Owen, again, just my heartthrob. I just freaking love these kids, and he's always worried about his next meal. I've never seen anything like it. Like, we'll be in the middle of a meal, and he'll be inquiring about the next meal. So we'll be eating dinner on a Saturday night, and he'll be like, Dad, can you please make pancakes tomorrow morning? I'm like, sure, bud. Like, no problem.
He's just reminding you, like, he loves them damn pancakes.
Yeah, he like wants the vision of his next meal, like in focus.
And you know what's funny, Zach, is like my wife works from home. And she's like, I can't believe they're going back to school, and I'm so sad. I'm like, damn, they were here for 2 weeks. Phil for 3 because he was dealing with the flu. And so it's like at some point you got to let the kids go back and have fun and where their entertainment.
And they should be in school.
Exactly. I always tell Phil, I'll entertain you for a little while, son, but I'm your dad. I'm here to protect you. I'm here to raise you. I am not here to be your entertainment all day long.
Right. No,
like,
for sure.
It's simple as that.
For sure.
You know? And so my wife was hugging him and acting like he was going to boot camp. And I'm like, well, hell, if you miss him that much, we can call the school and see if they have an extra seat, and you, Sophia, and Phil can all sit together.
And you guys live right next to the school.
Zach,
like
2 steps.
Across the street.
2 steps away from the school.
Yes.
He's going to be just fine, baby.
He's going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay. The kids are all right. So the latest projections, what does the latest analytics say about the Broncos' chances to win the Super Bowl? So we've been doing this segment on a Tuesday or a Wednesday for months now, and for years before this season. Drawing from ESPN's Football Power Index, where they gather every data point known to man concerning the game of football. They put it in a simulator, and they simulate the NFL season thousands and thousands of times. Well, they've never had more data than right now.
Yeah.
They have the whole season, okay? And we've been given playoff and divisional updates and chances to play in the divisional round. You guys already know. It's all 100%.
Look, the simulator has been kind to us. It's been fun every single week, looking at the simulator, looking at the notes, seeing that, hey, we're for sure a sure thing in the playoffs. We just won the division, so we're sure locked because we won that division. You can check that box just like Sean has checked it in that facility. Hey, there's 3 steps.
Yep, the 3 steps.
And there's 2 of them that they have already checked off. The last one's win the Super Bowl. So if they can do that, then Sean's a guru.
Well, I'm telling you what, he is writing some sort of story. So we know playoffs are 100%. Division is 100%. Divisional round is 100%. Chance that the Broncos, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, chance that the Broncos win in the divisional round and are playing in the NFL's Final Four in the AFC Championship game is all the way up to 55%, meaning it is more likely the Broncos are playing in the AFC Championship game 60 minutes from the Super Bowl than unlikely.
I mean, how could you not love these odds? How could you not agree with these odds? Because it's home field advantage. It's the Denver Broncos. The defense has been dominant for the most part. Offensively, that's where I'm kind of concerned, but they're doing just enough. Bo Nix, all right, finding ways to win games. Sean Payton has been there before, been there, done that, won a Super Bowl. So he knows how to get through these games. So, I mean, right now, you got to be excited. And like I said earlier, and I have to say it again, the home field advantage, Broncos country, that matters the most, along with the altitude in a 60-minute football game. That's going to help out.
Well, pretty cool number. Chances that the Broncos win the AFC Championship game and are playing in the biggest game in American sports in Santa Clara 10 years after they won Super Bowl 50. And I would like to believe that if this thing goes down like this, we'll be in Santa Clara.
I would hope.
Okay, and I don't know who's going to fund it or pay for it or what. And if I have to, I'll go out there on my own dime. I maybe shouldn't say that into a microphone.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't say it yet.
But
well, maybe Sean's listening. Maybe he'll help us out.
Maybe Greg Penner's listening.
Oh, Mr. Penner, come on now.
We are the voice of the fan here at Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan. He cares about the people. Man, we would rip it up in Santa Clara. Santa Clara doesn't want to see me coming. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, they need us. They need us.
So the chances that the Broncos win the AFC Championship game and are playing in the Super Bowl is 30%, and the chance that the Broncos win the biggest game in American sports in front of what will probably be around 130 million viewers, 14%. Pretty cool, man.
Come on. 2 games away from the Super Bowl. 3. If you go 3-0, Denver, your Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, immortalize a fourth Lombardi.
Crazy.
The Lombardi that Russell Wilson promised us would be coming.
Feel the chill of that trophy. Bo Nix is going to.
Oh, my gosh.
Sean's going to.
Oh, my gosh. The only team with a higher Super Bowl likelihood, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, is Seattle, with 20% to win it all. The Rams right behind the Broncos. I told you the Broncos have a 14% chance to win the Super Bowl, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. The Rams right behind the Broncos at 13.8%. Now, the model that we used for years that wasn't available earlier in the season was the Athletic, working in conjunction with the New York Times. They actually have, right now, they have their simulator up and running. They have the Broncos' chance of playing in the Super Bowl at 33%, 3% higher than ESPN's analytical model. And ESPN's analytical model had winning the Super Bowl probability at 14%. The Athletic and the New York Times have it at 16%. So, man.
Let me go see and check on the script writers. Make sure that it's all good for us. All right, all good for us. The script is going to be set, and hopefully the Denver Broncos are the main event.
This has been some sort of script, in air quotes. This has been some sort of story here. Okay, last night we witnessed one of the most improbable wins in the history of Denver sports, quite literally. And I cannot wait to talk about how this went down coming up next.
The Broncos win their 14th game of the season and finished as the #1 team in the AFC. With an extra week to prepare, will the Broncos move one step closer to a Super Bowl return? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception we love to bust. You do not need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, let's make it happen. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
John's Garage Doors, John's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
We got a call late New Year's Eve. A father with big plans for his family the next day said his garage door spring just snapped. He couldn't get his car out and wouldn't be able to get his family to where they needed to go. He felt stuck and alone. So we showed up fast with the right spring and the right parts to fix it right. We didn't talk about the price. We didn't wait till the morning. We fixed it right then. Because at Don's Garage Doors, it's never just about the job. It's about the person behind it. The dad, the veteran, the grandpa, the neighbor. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. When you need help, we're the ones that show up. Call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime because we're proud to serve the people who rely on us.
John's Garage Doors, John's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Hey, Mark Schlereth here. A new year doesn't always call for something new. Sometimes it calls for something better. If your home would be more comfortable with better windows or new siding, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton can help. Right now, save 25% on Infinity replacement windows and 20% off James Hardy siding with 12 months no interest financing. Call them 303-794-0490 to schedule your free in-home visit or visit windowsforyourhome.com and say this is the year your home feels better.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins we have you covered.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you in RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
That sounded like me last night after the overtime clock hit 0.
You're not lying.
You just scream. I'll tell you what, man.
That was fun.
You know, I don't want to get carried away. Although,
Come on,
you know,
Zach, get crazy.
I'll allow myself the option to get a little carried away.
I'm gonna go crazy.
Dude, that game last night was stuff of legend. Truly. Stuff of legend. These regular season games all blend together. And over the years too. I mean, they're mostly unremarkable, right? It's an NBA season. It's 82 freaking games. I mean, it's too much.
Back-to-back games. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah. And what made it even more special, it was a back-to-back. The team lost in Brooklyn after getting their reinforcements back. They go to Philly, who was on a 3-game heater averaging 130 points a game. I just listened to one of my favorite podcasts, national ESPN basketball podcast, and they had a dedicated segment. Now, the segment came out, the pod came out yesterday before the game was played. They had a dedicated segment on the Philadelphia Sixers and just how good they're playing, and that there is an avenue for them to make a run in the Eastern Conference. And Embiid's back, and it's looking a little bit more like himself.
Maxey, I mean, what he's doing,
dude,
I mean, that's a beast.
He is an animal. It's just a really good team.
Yeah.
And they had won 3 in a row. And when we got the news that it was going to be no Jokic, no Jamal, no Cam Johnson, no Christian Brown, no Aaron Gordon,
no Waterboy,
no Jonas Valanciunas, no Tim Hardaway Jr. Guys, that is the entire starting 5, plus your leading scorer off the bench, plus your backup center. There was 2 players that played last night that are regular members of the rotation, and that was Bruce Brown, who really hadn't been playing well, and Payton Watson, who had been playing well. And to watch that group of
9
players,
I'm going to call them the 9.
9 players available, go into Philly as it closed at 15.5-point underdogs. To put it in context, that was the same spread that was set for Charlotte against Oklahoma City. And the kicker is both teams won. Charlotte upset Oklahoma City and Denver upset Philly. But you had to watch the game to appreciate it. You had to watch the game to feel the energy and the electricity of one of the great upset wins in Denver sports history, quite literally.
We watch the games anyway because that's our job. But this game here, I was intrigued. I'm like, okay, there's 9 players that are going to play in this game. And David Adelman was a man of his word. All 9 played.
Yeah, he said that before the game. He goes, everyone's going to play.
And now I'm like, okay, what does this look like? Are they going to get embarrassed? Are they going to just get blown out? It's the Sixers. The Sixers are healthy. Embiid is back. I mean, like, they should be able to handle business. But then you start to watch the game, and you see the 9 players going at it defensively, offensively, getting confident and making the shots, some easy shots, some hard shots, you name it. Everything was working for them.
Yep.
And you're sitting there and you're watching it, and then all of a sudden Sixers go up by 10. And I'm like, okay, they're getting ready to pull away. I go and I do some dishes. I come back, and it's tied, Zach. I had to sit my ass down. I said, all right, this is getting real. And the way that those 9 men
unbelievable
just work together.
Unbelievable.
Resilient, finding ways to finish at the rim, finding ways to make the big shot, the crucial shot. Pickett with a step-back 3 on Embiid.
Dude.
Take that.
Dude. Jalen freaking Pickett. What this dude just did last night. Now, I've always been a little bit higher on Jalen Pickett than most. Okay, I've been a bit of a Jalen Pickett truther. If you remember, I called that he was going to get drafted by the Denver Nuggets before the draft, and I had intimate information that it was a unique connection that I won't bother explaining. But I watched this young man play 3 years in my hometown at Siena, and he was awesome, and he transfers to Penn State, and he was awesome, and he doesn't have an NBA body. He doesn't. He is a neck-up player. He is so smart, and he's a little bit, like frumpy in terms of an NBA player. Doesn't like you'd walk right by him in Park Meadows Mall. You wouldn't think he plays in the league.
You don't think that he would put up 29 points.
But he sees the floor. He plays with leverage. His basketball intellect and IQ is among the tops on the team. And to watch that dude get the start and go for 29 points, make 7 threes, hand out 7 assists, I'm beyond impressed.
Are we not entertained?
And if you remember, and I know you do because I brought this up a couple times, and I said this last year, but no one heard me because Jalen Pickett wasn't playing. But I said one of the biggest points of contention between Calvin Booth and Michael Malone was over Jalen Pickett, a guy who wasn't even in the rotation. They went to war over Jalen Pickett.
See, Zach, and usually I hate when you're wrong, but I had to give you kudos when you're right. Because you have been right. You've been right on Payton Watson. Now, of course, nobody has seen this coming.
To this degree.
The degree of scoring. We know that he's really good with playing defense and doing it, very athletic. But for Pickett, I mean, I would shrug you off and say, yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player, but we know that he's not going to play a lot of minutes in the playoffs. We know he's just going to be there. But the Jalen Pickett that was out there last night, the confidence, the man was just letting it rip. But how smart he was able to get the ball around. It was like he had eyes in the back of his head.
Correct. He's like that. He is like that. And then you got Deron Holmes basically playing in his 3rd NBA game, starting at center, going up against a former MVP at the center position. I try my best not to be insulting here on the show. I don't call names. I don't say people suck. I try because all these guys are great.
So what do you have to say about Embiid?
Embiid is a loser. He is not a winning player. And I watched that guy, dude, I'm telling you, and I've watched this guy his whole career. I'm so unimpressed. I am so unimpressed with Joel Embiid. But this collection of guys, like think about this. The starting 5 was Deron Holmes, Spencer Jones, Bruce Brown, Jalen Pickett, Peyton Watson. 4 of those 5 guys, or at least 3 of them, you could be on 20th Street Mall 6 months ago and no one would pick these guys out.
They're G League players, summer league players, most of them. Now I don't want to disrespect them, but someone like Hunter Tyson.
Yeah,
and even he was getting active.
He was, dude. He had a 4-point play that was like one of the biggest plays in the game. But we have to remember, and this is why I don't like doing this guy sucks and
none of them suck. They're NBA players,
dude. Hunter Tyson was a star in the ACC. Jalen Pickett was a star in the Big Ten. Deron Holmes was a star at Dayton. Like, Zeke Naji was the Pac-12 Freshman of the Year at Arizona.
Keep it up, Zeke.
Dude.
Keep it up, man, so we can get some assets for you. Keep it up.
That was the biggest surprise of last night because I just, Zeke has been just your can't get right teammate. 2 left feet, just so disjointed.
Yeah, very inconsistent.
It's the worst contract, on the team, and it's probably the 5 worst in Denver sports. But what that dude did last night, I didn't know he had it in him. I mean, he was doing up and unders. He was blocking shots.
He's the 3.
Dude. And when he came out of Arizona, and I was doing the Mile High Hoops podcast, I remember saying his shot, Zeke Naji's shot, is mechanical. And I said, that's a repeatable shot. He's going to make a bunch of shots in the NBA. And it just hasn't come to fruition. But I'll tell you what, and this goes for Hunter Tyson, Zeke Naji, Julian Strawther, Jalen Pickett, Spencer Jones. So much of the NBA and just sports in general, and just life in general, is about fit, is about confidence.
Thank you.
And so
opportunity.
And opportunity.
You got to say opportunity.
Opportunity. So opportunity, fit, and confidence, like that makes and breaks careers. And you saw these guys who the pressure's off because you're not supposed to win. You've already been told by the coach everyone's going to play.
It's like a built-in loss.
Right.
That's exactly how you're looking at it. Like let the young bucks and the backups play. Let them get their opportunity. But those young bucks and the guys that are backups, they took advantage of that opportunity and said, "Hey, this is a night where we can make some money for ourselves."
Yes.
Spencer Jones,
or just more minutes.
Zach, get Spencer Jones off a 2-way contract. What more do you have to see from this undrafted free agent?
He's unbelievable.
Give him the opportunity. He's doing everything. He has played in every single game except for one.
Correct.
So give him the opportunity by just being on this roster full time. Let him have a chance in the playoffs if you have to use him. All right, Jalen Pickett, give him more minutes now. We know that he's a very smart player and he can do some good stuff. He did some good stuff for us last year when he had to fill in.
Yeah, he did. He actually had a triple-double at one point last year.
And find a way to pay Payton Watson.
We need to return to that conversation.
Find a way to pay my man Payton Watson.
We need to return to that conversation.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson. Okay. And by the way, let me just get this thought out too about the pressure being off and about confidence. On a typical night when Jalen Pickett makes back-to-back mistakes, you're coming out of the game.
Yeah.
Last night was a game you're going to play through your mistakes. And what we saw from that collection of guys, our morning show, because I tweeted this is one of the great upsets in NBA history, and the guys were making fun of me for saying that, which is on brand. And of course, I didn't bring any other example up that maybe could rival this because
you live rent free in their heads.
They do talk about me a lot. But truly, in Denver sports history, like again, you had to bet $900 to win 100 if you wanted to bet Philly to win that game. And there's a lot of gamblers with some empty pockets because that line moved from 14.5 to 15.5 within the last 15 minutes before tip-off, which means real money was coming in on Philly. And real money was lost on Philly. Sorry about that. Okay. It may be safe to say we're in the middle of the most important 2-week stretch of Deion Sanders' coaching career. We'll talk about why and also what's he doing with it. That's next.
The Broncos followed up their 2024 season by winning 14 games, reclaiming the AFC West, and securing a first-round bye in the playoffs. Are the Broncos destined for a return to Santa Clara for Super Bowl 60? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Shop more than 30,000 square feet of RVs and campers, plus the best selection of off-grid and truck accessories, all at show prices. Sportsman's Expo, Thursday through Sunday at the Colorado Convention Center in Denver.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
When it's cold, the last thing you want is your home's heater to quit on you. At 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, our team of comfort specialists take the frustration out of the equation. From simple repairs to more complex fixes, we'll get you warm and comfortable quickly. Just call 855-1HOUR or visit onehourair.com. Don't forget, we're
Always on time, or you don't pay it time. Always on time, or you don't pay it time.
independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry is Colorado's largest watch repair center. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew. We service all major brands. Factory authorized for Tag Heuer, Cartier, Omega, Breitling, Panerai, and IWC. We service Rolex and many more. Our on-site watchmakers are Wolfstep, SADA, and CW21 Swiss certified. With up-to-date factory training, our watchmakers can handle any of your watch repair needs. Matthews, we have time for you.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It may be safe to say that we are in the middle of the most important 2-week stretch to date in Deion Sanders' coaching career up in CU Boulder.
So we're in the middle of the hurricane.
Well, the portal is open for 2 weeks. It opened up on January 2nd, and the door closes January 16th. And there has been a mass exodus from the football team up in Boulder. 24 players have left the program, and these are some, frontline guys.
Yeah, some big names. Marion Miller. All right, Draylon Miller, another one. So, I mean, there's a bunch of playmakers that we thought were coming back and we're going to help the young quarterback Juju Lewis, and they decided to hit the transfer portal. And honestly, Zach, they already got picked up. A couple of them already got picked up. Marion Miller going to the Sun Devils.
Yeah, how about
ASU?
that? Going to join Dante's clan down there.
I mean, that's because you got Dillingham crying about money. Obviously, they have some type of money, right, D?
They do have some type of money. And people will be more willing to contribute to a winning program, which
you gotta win.
Is relevant to where CU's at right now, because you're having, like I was just reading an article from Sean Keeler of the Denver Post, who's got like a big-time donor, on the record saying, I'm done donating.
I'm not surprised, but guess what? It's not just about Colorado. I'm
No.
talking about, like, everywhere. Like, if you were a donor, Zach, and you were forking up, let's just say $1 million for a player to be there, and the next year he's gone, you're going to be upset. that $1 million goes to waste. You think this young player is going to be there for years to come, right? At least 2 or 3 years you're going to win with them. If you don't win and that player decides to get in the transfer portal, well, now where's that $1 million? It's in that young man's pocket, and he's not with the university anymore. It sucks.
Well, it's a new landscape, you know, and that donor up there, and I talked to another donor. Actually, you were right with me, right here, talking to another CU donor. Keep his name out of it for sure. A few months ago, saying I've donated, I'm done.
Yeah.
I just heard Troy Aikman here very recently saying I donated, I'm done. I donated to the NIL. No one even said thank you, and the kid left the school after the season, and so. This is happening around the country, but certain places are figuring it out and others aren't. And so you've had this exodus of players. You mentioned Omarion Miller. There's also Draylon Miller. The D tackle Brandon Davis Swain is going to Texas A&M. Alex McPherson is going to Penn State. So the safety Byard, he's out. One of their better players. So.
He's going to A&M.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Byard?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, good for him.
So, these are big schools that these players are going to.
Yes, and this is how it works. I've been saying this for months now. There's two type of players that hit the portal. Players who are really good, who are going to go get paid somewhere, and players who aren't playing, who are looking for a home, okay? And so if you have money to give, like A&M, well, there you go. There's Byard getting his bag at A&M.
Yep.
And so if you're CU and there's no bag to give, how do you go about this process of finding talent? So this is what they've decided to do, and they really need to focus on the defense because they gave up 425 yards per game. That was last in the Big 12. Okay?
Defense wins championships, right, Zach?
It can win a championship for sure. Still waiting for the championships part. But here's what they've done here. Here's what Dion and the Buffs have done. By the way, new recruiting coordinator. And no one's talked about that either. The recruiting coordinator also left for
Memphis.
Good call. So they have a new guy in charge of this. And that guy who just went to Memphis landed Jordan Seaton and others. So one of the first program offers when the portal opened on Friday was to edge rusher Andrew Zock from Mercer.
All right.
He was an FCS All-American. He registered 21 and a half sacks this season.
I guarantee there's not a lot of people out there that know about Mercer.
No, definitely not. They've also landed a linebacker from Bowling Green. I'll keep the names out of it because that's not important because I know you guys don't know them unless you're a hardcore fan. And if you do, you don't need to know them anyway from me. They got a cornerback from James Madison.
All right.
They have an edge rusher from Tulane. They have a DB from Louisiana Tech. What do these schools have in common? They're not Power 5 schools. They're Group of 5 schools and FCS schools. So they're not trying to go for the players who aren't working out at Texas or Alabama. They're trying to recruit the best players from the lower level.
The blue chip players.
And Phil, I got to be honest with you. I don't like the approach. I love the approach.
There we go.
I said to you, and you probably forgot this is a year and a half ago or so, I said, I think if you're a Power 5 school, you should have a dedicated recruiting coordinator for Group of 5 schools and FCS schools because there is some damn good players at that level. And the best players at that level should really be, by the time they're juniors and seniors, at the Power 5 level. And the guys who don't play or are backups at the Power 5 level really belong at the Group of 5 and FCS level.
I'm with you on it because there's so many players out there that are not going to get opportunities because there's just so many kids that want to play the game of football. I'll give you an example. Cooper Kupp. He was not at a Power 5.
No.
Power 4 now, if you want to call it a Power 4 level. But yet he's dominating the NFL and has for a very long time. So it's going out there and getting the right players. Zach, I'm with you. I don't care about the big name brand school. I care about the player that wants to be here, knows he's not going to get the bag, but he's going to work his ass off. Knows that he wants to get to the next level, so he's willing to do whatever it takes to do that. And you can get some damn good players that way. And it seems like they have so far. We're talking about the University of Colorado, Coach Prime. And Coach Prime has been quiet. he's kind of been working in silent, and if you want to call it that, where he's still grinding, but you're not hearing him talk about it and be flashy with the social media. It's kind of like, hey, let's get these kids in the building, let's show them around, let's recruit them.
That's the right approach.
Right approach.
There's a phrase, stay down till you come up.
And that's exactly what it seems like Coach Prime and his staff is doing right now.
Yeah, well, I like this. I like this approach. I've disagreed with so much of CU's approach and just the way Dion goes about his business, but I really like this. Of the 14 players CU has landed out of the portal so far, 8 of the 14 have earned all conference honors at their previous school, whether it be Group of 5 school or FCS school. A Tulane standout last night, Santana Hopper, just committed to Colorado. He's a 100-tackle guy, 25 tackles for a loss. The receiver from San Jose State, I watched that young man.
Explosive.
He's a player.
Come on now.
He's a real player. So I like this. We'll see where it goes.
Mr. Kirk Signetti did it and was able to have success with it. Of course, he's a hell of a coach, so that helps you out. But taking a couple kids from James Madison,
a bunch of them,
and a couple other schools that nobody thought about, and being able to win with them. And guys, in the NFL, majority of the teams are made up of undrafted free agents and a couple 6th, 7th round draft picks, and maybe a couple top round draft picks on top of that. But for the most part, it's the undrafted free agents that run the NFL, and that's because they have their head down, they work hard, and they grind.
By the way, Indiana, 0 5-star players on their roster. 0. Oh, you see what quarterback is transferring to Indiana? Number one, who was the number 1 RPO passing attempts in college football this year? Fernando Mendoza, Indiana quarterback.
Yeah.
Who is number 2? Josh Hoover. And Josh Hoover is transferring to Indiana. They have their man following the Heisman Trophy winner. We ain't going nowhere.
Here we go.
We ain't
Uncle Sig,
going nowhere.
Let me on, Uncle Sig.
All right, where does Bo Nix stack up to the rest of the quarterbacks in the AFC playoff picture? We'll do that exercise next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Chargers and closed out the regular season with a win. After a roller coaster season, does Sean Payton have his team dialed in for the playoffs? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. Hey, I got a real cool story I wanted to share with you. Many years ago, my lovely wife Kimberly wrote down a prayer that said, God, make me a lighthouse so I can be a light to others when they're in a dark place. She filed that card away both in her heart and her prayer box. And then about 3 years ago, I asked my wife to leave her job in corporate America and come help me open up 303 Law 4040. And she absolutely loves it. She really feels like helping other people when they are hurting and don't know what to do is her calling. So here's the really cool part. A few weeks ago, a client came in to pick up a check and said to Kim, I really want to thank you. You were a lighthouse to me when I was in a dark place. It gave me chills when Kim told me that. If you've been hurt in an accident, it really is our honor to help you in your time of need. Call us anytime at 303 Law 4040, where you always get to speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. That's 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Are you worrying about those upcoming credit card bills after the holidays? If you're a homeowner, there's no better time than now to call American Financing and wipe out that debt. Eliminate the stress and set yourself up for a strong 2026. The Fed dropped rates for the 4th time in December, guys. American Financing can help you access that equity in your home at an interest rate in the low 5s. You heard that right, in the low 5s. That's a much lower rate than the average 20% or more credit card rate. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $800 a month. Guys, that's like a $10,000 raise to start the new year. There are no upfront fees and no obligation to see how much you can save. And they are closing some in as fast as 10 days and even delaying 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334 and MLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
This new year, don't just make a resolution, make a transformation with SodaWeightLoss.com. Clients routinely look and feel 10 years younger like I did when I lost 60 pounds a few years ago with SodaWeightLoss.com, and it's never coming back. And right now, the perfect gift for you both. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. Soda is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results, just like me. Visit SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out with you here on a Tuesday, January 6th. Appreciate you guys rocking with us. That first hour was an absolute blur and just hysterically fun. I want to give a shout out Cecil Lammy, who at the start of our show had some really kind words for us. I did not see that coming from our guy Cease.
Cease is the man. I mean, he's
Cecil.
the one predicted and will that the Denver Broncos were going to win 13 games this year. Cease has always advocated for me when I was playing.
Oh, yeah.
So, I got a soft spot for old Cecil.
Even though he used to butt heads with your sister on social media.
All the time. My sister's going to butt heads with everybody. But shout out to my sister. I mean, the head coach at University of Memphis over there, volleyball.
So cool.
So she's trying to get that program turned around. So it's the transfer portal.
Dude, we need some Memphis gear.
We do.
From her.
You know what? She'll send it.
Because
it's so hard for me. I can't wear the blue. I can't wear the blue with the Tigers, Zach.
I can wear it.
You can definitely.
And I love these little unique connections that I have with these colleges and universities and wearing their gear.
I'm going to get you some gear.
That would be awesome.
Extra small.
All right. And you know what? While we're here, a quick shout out to my guy Steve, who stopped me in Walgreens last night. I had to go to Walgreens after the show. It was a big night. It's the one night a year.
Yeah.
I get my planner.
Oh Lord!
And
you
I have
the blue planner.
I had it. Well, the year's over, so it's out of space, and I have to have a physical. I'm still very old school. I like writing everything down. You're the same way. You write your notes down.
To write it down.
We don't do it in our computer, but I keep track of my life in my planner. And so I was in Walgreens, and a guy stopped me. He goes, And it wasn't like, hey, man, I like the show, or hey, my name's Steve. He was just like, hey, can I take a picture with you? I'm like, what? Like, of course you can. Like, he says his name's Steve. He listens for an hour. He's got an hour commute home every day, and we're in the car with him for an hour a day. So I appreciate that very much. And it's never a bother. Sometimes people say, hey, I don't want to bother you. It's never a bother. It's ever. Okay, Phil.
Zach loves the people.
I do love the people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm one of them. I'm a listener myself, right? It's like, this is how I grew up. Listen to Sports Talk Radio.
You have to listen to me, talk all day long and try to talk. So I know I admire you.
Well, thank you. Bo Nix, the AFC playoff picture. Where does young Bo stack up to the rest of the quarterback field in the AFC if we were like power ranking the quarterbacks?
Woo! I couldn't wait for this segment. Zach. Let me start by this. All right. There's 7 quarterbacks.
Yes,
in the AFC.
Here they are by seeds, okay? Here they are by seeding. It's Bo Nix, it's Drake May, it's Trevor Lawrence, it's Aaron Rodgers, it's C.J. Stroud, it's Josh Allen, and it's Justin Herbert. Pretty. I know Mahomes and Burrow aren't there, but like that's a pretty good field.
This is a young field.
It is.
It's fun to listen to those names being called and saying, wow, there's only one quarterback in that group that has went to a Super Bowl and won it.
That's it.
That is it.
Right.
This is fun. This is exciting. This is exactly what we need. Not the Patrick Mahomes of the world. Now, for Joey B, like, he could be a part of this if he would get his act together and stay healthy. Like, he needs to try to get to a Super Bowl. Lamar's another one. Man, you got to try to get to a Super Bowl at some point, or you're going to be considered what everybody likes to call a bust, a guy that can't get there. So this is just fun, man. So I just had to put that out there that there's only one quarterback in the AFC right now that has done it before, and that's old-ass Aaron Rodgers.
And when he did it, he was in the NFC, and it was a million years ago. Yeah. I mean, when did Rodgers – do we remember when Rodgers won his Super Bowl? Was that like 12 or maybe 10? Was that 2010? Something like that? I mean, it was a long time ago, dude. He had took over for Brett Favre, and I want to say he was like in his third year.
Yeah.
2011. Drew says behind the glass. It's 2026. That's like ancient history now, but you're right. I mean, it's only Aaron Rodgers to have ever not only just won the Super Bowl, but played in the game. Has any of these other guys played in the AFC Championship game?
Other than Josh.
Yeah, Josh played in the AFC Championship.
That's the only one I want to say has done that.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, so it is an inexperienced field in terms of like, big stuff, merit. Obviously, someone like Josh Allen is not inexperienced. He's played in a lot of playoff games. So
how do you want to do this? When we go down this list, we're listing the 7 quarterbacks. Number 1 being the best.
Yes.
Number 7 being the worst.
Yeah. And when we say worst, I mean, it's in air quotes because these are all playoff quarterbacks.
This is wide open. Anybody can win the Super Bowl this year. Anybody can get got, as Marshawn Lynch would like to say.
Yeah. Okay, so who's number 1?
So number 1 to me, Zach, it has to be Josh Allen.
Wow, look at you.
It's painful.
My little guy's all grown up.
To say Josh Allen, the man's a bad mother. You know what? And he finds ways to win. He doesn't have this powerhouse team. All right, he's a game changer. Honestly, probably one of the only quarterbacks on this list right now where I can say truly changes the game. That he can single-handedly win a game for you at the end there, fourth quarter. Okay, a minute to go. You got to get a touchdown. You put Josh Allen in that game, and now he has an opportunity. Like I said yesterday, Zach, his daddy, Patrick Mahomes, is not there to watch him. This is his opportunity, or he's going to be just like Lamar Jackson, a great talent,
No,
but can't get to the big one.
Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are not in the same sentence.
How many Super Bowls does Josh Allen have?
0.
How many Super Bowls does Lamar have?
0.
Isn't the ultimate goal to get to the Super Bowl? Is that how you get to the big boy table?
Phil,
is that how you get to the big boy table?
I just don't go through life reducing things down to their simplest forms. They are not the same, Phil.
Do we sit here and we talk about Jokic all the time? How do we get him to the big boy table?
Another championship, multiple championships.
There we go.
Yeah, but
Josh Allen got to get
dude,
Josh Allen got to get there.
Dude, you're making the mistake that I see these guys. I was listening to Colin Cowherd today, and I'm listening to these guys.
Like the blood pressure is going up a little
You
bit.
you guys talk about football and quarterbacks like it's a game of one-on-one basketball. There's 50 guys who play on game day.
Marching that ass in here talking about how he single-handedly did something, and then when he does dude, when Josh does something well, you want to come in here and say, "Oh, it was all Josh." Did you see that?
I didn't.
And
I've
when
never
they
said
lose,
it's been all Josh.
And when they lose,
I say he's the biggest ingredient because he is.
Well, that's any quarterback. If
Phil,
you're going to have success in this league, you know the ingredient has to be a good quarterback.
Phil, there's 22 starters, okay? It's not a game of one-on-one.
Josh has to win a Super Bowl, and you know that.
Phil, I understand, but the Buffalo defense has allowed 33 points a game in Buffalo losses. There's context.
Zach,
context is king. You're better than this. You're better than this.
I put your man at number one, and you're still complaining.
You put him at number one because there's no other answer. You'd look like a goofball if you answered it any other way.
Okay, who's number two?
That's why you put him at number one.
Who's number two?
Goodness gracious.
Who's number two?
All right, so Josh is number one.
He's number one.
You got me yelling now. Look, as I said to Cecil once upon a time, you got me yelling.
Look, there's like Josh right now is the best quarterback out of the six other quarterbacks right now. Josh Allen has done a lot more other than Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers is old.
Yeah. By the way, he's going to miss 40 total touchdowns for a 6th straight year by 1 touchdown. 39 this year. He did it 5 years in a row. No one else has done it more than twice. He did it 5 years in a row. Just a fun fact. Okay. Josh Allen's number one.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's got the greatest touchdown-interception ratio in the history of the postseason.
He's a baller.
Are the Ravens going to trade your boy?
It's either that or Jim. But you'd be
John.
naive. Or John, you'd be naive to sit there and trade a franchise quarterback. But if you want to do that, you go ahead and do it. You're going to have to find another quarterback. And, Zach, there's not a lot of quarterbacks coming out of this draft.
No,
there's not a lot of quarterbacks that are going to be available that you can truly count on. There's a reason why someone like Kyler Murray might be on the street, or Tua is going to be on the street and looking for a job. So who else are you going to go with?
I don't know, but there is scuttlebutt in Baltimore that they could. There's a scenario where they could trade Lamar Jackson, which is crazy because he's a two-time MVP.
And if that's the case, they don't deserve him. They don't deserve him. If they want to trade him and the fans are upset, all that man has done is won MVPs like Josh and has done a good job.
Well, there is a report that he falls asleep in team meetings.
I guarantee you
that came out last week.
I guarantee you, Zach, and I've been in those meeting rooms, and there's a couple other quarterbacks that nod off a little bit. I mean, it's a tough job being a quarterback trying to keep a team alive.
All right, we'll
get tired sometimes, man.
No way. Oh my gosh. We have breaking news in real time. Tell me you're not pulling my leg. Is that true?
What's going on?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, guys, according to Adam Schefter, John Harbaugh just got fired from the Ravens.
Whoa. During this conversation.
It tells you this, that Lamar is the franchise quarterback and they weren't willing to part ways with him.
You're right.
But John, out of a job.
Because there was speculation, just to be clear, that only one was coming back. That the situation had turned a little bit like untenable between the two. Now they've said all the right things into microphones, but like it's been whispered about there for.
I don't know if I like that though, because John. One thing about John, all right, he adjusted to a couple of quarterbacks, Joe Flacco, and then turned around and adjusted to Lamar Jackson, and made sure Lamar Jackson was had his strengths there, which was being able to run the run-pass option, running and stuff. That's what I loved about John. He was able to adjust his game plan, which is hard to do for coaches.
That is crazy. John Harbaugh out. Dude, if I'm Terry Pagula, okay, that's the owner of the Buffalo Bills, and when they lose to Jacksonville this weekend, I am firing Sean McDermott and I am hiring John Harbaugh. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. If Buffalo, because Buffalo's a bad organization, we know this. Josh has to overcome.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Lamar is part of a great organization.
Oh, here we go.
Like Baltimore, and that's the real. But they're not going to do it. But if like Sean Payton had gotten hired by the Bills several years ago, say he's been the coach there for 4 or 5 years during this window, the Bills would have a Super Bowl. John Harbaugh.
It's about building a culture.
Yes, and Sean McDermott has done a good job with that, I have to say, but he's not the coach to get them over the finish line. And John Harbaugh is a great coach. Oh boy, John Harbaugh fired as coach of the Ravens.
And you know, see, this kind of like, it sucks for someone like Vance Joseph now, because now John goes to the top.
Correct.
Who's another one that goes to the top? Stefanski is
Yeah,
another one
yeah,
that
yeah,
goes right
yeah,
to the
yeah,
top.
two-time coach of the year.
So now all of a sudden, there's not a bunch of jobs that are just sitting there wide open.
No.
And those two guys are going to have the first dibs, my guessing. And now someone like VJ, who deserves a second chance, may not get it now because some of these other coaches, like John, is going to be a hot commodity.
Well, don't forget Baltimore's now got to hire someone.
Yeah. Ooh.
So, but here's where my mind goes, and I'm just being real. There's an opening with the Raiders, and I think Tom Brady's making that hire.
You talking about John?
Mm-hmm.
John Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, the Harbaugh brothers.
I think there is
division?
I think there is a scenario. Well, I know there's a scenario. I don't just think. How realistic is it? I'm not sure because this is just happening in real time, and I'm just thinking on my feet. But there's a scenario that Tom Brady wants to hire the best coaching candidate in this cycle, and that's John Harbaugh. I mean, could John Harbaugh be in the AFC West coaching the Raiders?
I mean, Sean already got one old coach fired.
I mean, Pete was one and done.
One and done.
Goodness gracious. John Harbaugh out as coach. He was one of the most longest tenured coaches in the entire NFL with the likes of Mike Tomlin and, second longest behind Tomlin. 18 years he was the coach of the Ravens.
And then what's going to happen to Tomlin? Do you think Mike stays, or do you think he's like, you know what, they both mutually part ways? Because I've heard that both parties may want to try something different.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh, wow, what a curveball.
As we're talking about it.
Literally as we were talking about it. That you can't make that up. Who would the Ravens hire in this cycle?
Somebody that can tailor things towards Lamar Jackson.
But no one did that better than John Harbaugh. He
know.
tore down the entire offensive ideology in Baltimore. They went from Flacco to Lamar. It couldn't be more different.
So what about Kingsbury? Because he's right. He's out of with the Commanders.
Yeah,
they let him go.
Yeah, they quote-unquote mutually parted ways.
Very creative, young coach, wants to prove himself.
Man, oh man, oh man. That situation got so untenable. Wow. This is going to be the top coaching candidate in recent years, John Harbaugh. Man, oh man, oh man. And wait, also, if you're John Harbaugh, don't the
Raiders have number one?
Yeah, the Raiders have the number one pick,
and he knows how to develop quarterbacks.
He does. Man, I'm telling you, I think there's something to this. You have Tom Brady now pulling the strings, and it's a dysfunctional, historically, organization. They only proved that again this year. But I think the more Brady starts running the organization, I think you could see it stabilize. And maybe I'll be wrong about that because Jordan couldn't run a basketball team.
We don't know what Brady truly is when it comes to that world.
Wayne Gretzky couldn't coach hockey, so we don't know. But man, if he has his fingers on the pulse of this thing, and he knows the historical dysfunctional context of it, and you have the number one pick, and you have the money to pay top dollar and start your life with the number one pick, and you can go draft Fernando Mendoza or fill in the blank.
But the thing becomes this. Are these quarterbacks this year, and Drew and Dante, you guys help me out with this if you believe that there are, but are these quarterbacks this year, are they strong? Is there a true candidate out there that can truly can view that can flip a franchise?
Well, we got to be careful.
Don't
know. No, you're right. We have to be careful because no, there's no like quote unquote generational prospect like a Trevor Lawrence or an Andrew Luck or someone like that. I think it's in general a lackluster class. It'd be considered, but we'll see what happens when the draft process gets underway. Because I mean, is Bo Nix pretty good?
He's really good.
I mean, who was talking about Bo Nix changing a franchise?
But I will say there's some context to this where Sean did it the right way, building from the inside out, knowing that, like, hey, we don't have our quarterback yet. It doesn't matter. Let's just get the interior defense and offensive lineman handled first and then pick our guy the next year. Is that what they're going to do? The Raiders would do with the number one pick?
I don't know, man. You have that number one pick. You should probably draft a quarterback. I mean, that is such a commodity. Both the pick and the position. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. John Harbaugh fired. Now, could someone like Kevin Stefanski take the Ravens job?
Ooh, stay in the division.
Yeah. If you have an axe to grind, because here's the thing. Browns, like Buffalo, historically bad organization. Yeah. And you have an opportunity to go to an organization like Baltimore that does everything first class, and you're Kevin Stefanski, you're not used to that.
Already have weapons there.
Yeah.
You got a franchise quarterback. Now you better not mess with him. You got a franchise quarterback there.
Yeah.
I mean,
why
not?
And seriously, if Buffalo loses this weekend, there's a scenario that Sean McDermott gets fired. And if I'm John Harbaugh rather, and I'm looking around like, no, I don't want to join the same division as my brother. And that organization's not great like Baltimore was, but they found a way to beat me twice in the playoffs. The quarterback kept on throwing to the other team.
There you go. If I can't beat him, join him, right?
It doesn't sound crazy to me.
Just be cold all your life, right? Like everybody loves to do that.
It doesn't sound crazy that if McDermott got fired after losing to Jacksonville this weekend, because I do believe that's going to happen, John Harbaugh to Buffalo would make a lot of sense. Very fascinating.
Out of the blue, John gone.
During our conversation about it.
Conversation.
Any thought that you guys want to share behind the glass? Any?
As far as John to the Raiders, I feel like he's kind of in a setup where it'd be a win now, and I don't know if the Raiders fit that profile, so I don't necessarily see him going to Las Vegas. I think a place like Buffalo makes a lot more sense, where you have the franchise quarterback. You can go out and win a Super Bowl in the very next year. That feels more like the kind of job he would be going for.
Yeah, but it's just about whether the Buffalo Bills ownership, if they want to move on.
Come on, you have to at some point. Something has to change.
You would think,
the
right?
ultimate goal is winning. And if Josh gets frustrated, there has to be a change.
If Josh gets frustrated, he's got to voice the
frustrated.
But because hold on, you remember this when we had Chris Brown, voice of the Buffalo Bills from a 550 WGR, join us last year, and I asked him about McDermott's job status, and do you remember how he responded?
He got snippety.
He was like offended that I would even ask. I'm like, dude, that's how much of a loser. Well, no, I'm not going to say that. But it's like the team has lost every single year in the play. Like, you're not considering. But what they say is they say, Sean McDermott's got a better win percentage than Bill Belichick ever did. And when you start saying stuff like that,
but where's the rings?
I got
the
it.
Super Bowls.
No, I understand. I would be great if they moved on from Sean McDermott for someone like John Harbaugh. But they're opening a new stadium. Yeah. They're printing money. They don't want to upset the apple cart. So I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But
look, you asked like, hey, is John or Lamar going to be there? Lamar, obviously, some things were not right in that building. They decided to go with their franchise quarterback, Lamar Jackson. John's out of a job. You don't think they're going to do the exact same thing with Josh if Josh goes there and says, I am unhappy. I am tired. I'm hurt. I'm banged up. I want to win, and this is not working. They're not going to get rid of Josh. Now, Josh might try to demand a trade, go somewhere like you were saying earlier, maybe like the Rams, something like that, where he feels like he's wanted and loved and with a really great offensive-minded coach. But something has to give because it's all about winning.
Yeah, the thing that would have to happen, Josh would need to voice his concern and say, look, you guys need to make a decision, because I could absolutely see Josh Allen going the Matthew Stafford route. I know you just touched on it, but he's got a Hollywood girlfriend now, or wife, excuse me. They're going to have kids, and that could make a lot of sense. Goodness gracious, what a shuffled, puzzle board here. As we just found out during the segment that John Harbaugh has been fired by the Baltimore Ravens. That is words that I never thought I'd be saying, man. Wow. Dante, what do you got there?
I was just going to add that I think the Ravens chose the wrong guy. I think they should have gone with Harbaugh and tried to trade Lamar. Lamar's getting up there in age.
And he doesn't look the same physically.
Doesn't look the same physically.
And neither does Josh, by the way. Neither does Josh Allen. Well, they're getting older, too. And one of them is
But if
they're
you watch
pretty mobile quarterbacks.
But if you watch the Ravens this year, couldn't you make the argument they were a pretty poorly coached team?
Yes, they were very undisciplined.
They were very undisciplined. This was not the Ravens teams we're used to seeing.
No, the defense, was, and they've gotten better here as of late, actually. But, they were one of the worst in the league at one point, Baltimore's defense. But I think that you have a 17-year sample size leading up to this year. And this year, where they regressed, is coinciding with the same year where Lamar has just not been himself. He went 5 straight games with a completion percentage in the 50s.
But
Phil, you could have done that during COVID.
Look at you. They didn't give me the opportunity. Look, he's hurt. He's hurt. You can't do anything in this league when you're hurt. Just like I brought up with, like, maybe Nick Bonito is dealing with some issues. Come on. Nick Bonito not getting that sack on Trey Lance when he usually wraps up, but he has an arm brace on. His wrist is all messed up. Like, you get banged up and you're not going to be the same as you were before the season started, or week 1, week 2, week 3, week 17, 15, 16, 17. You're not going to be the same player.
Well, here's
Phil,
the thing.
they play the important games at the end of the year, 15, 16, 17
And
in the
you know
playoffs.
what? Usually they're in them. Lamar's usually in them. This
That's
is his
true.
first year.
That's true. But I will say
if we
this.
want to get rid of him after the first year, you guys want to get down on him
No,
after the
it has
first
nothing
year?
to do with the productivity. To me, it has more to do with the culture that was going on there, and it feels like him
were you in
missing
the
practices every. Well, no, but there's reports that he misses practice every week.
Well, you know what? How many guys will miss practice and probably are missing practice every single week? Hell, I was one of them. When you get banged up, you cannot practice.
Well, here's what I'll say. And I'm not saying this to gang up on you, Phil.
No, you guys are good. You guys are all three about to get bodied. We got 1 minute. Let's go.
I was going to say, I think I just defended Lamar.
You did. I appreciate
For the first
it,
time.
For the first time. I agree with Dante. I think the Ravens picked the wrong guy because I think the Lamar window is 2 to 3 years, and John Harbaugh could coach that organization for another 15 to 20 years.
So is Buffalo going to do the opposite? And they're going to get rid of Josh because he plays? Well, Josh, as players, you get older?
Well, first of all, Josh has never missed a game, okay? He's Mr. Iron Man.
We know that.
He started 122 straight games.
You're right.
So they're not the same.
Josh goes in there for a series just because
he's earned that right. Because when you have the first 121 in your bag, one more isn't going to hurt.
You earn the right when you start winning championships.
There we go. So what right is Lamar earned?
I never said he. Did you hear me say
here's the difference.
He earned the right?
Here's the difference. Josh is a more natural passer of the football. His game will age better than Lamar. I anticipate Lamar's game aging like Cam Newton. When it was over, it was over.
Guess what? Who was on the airwaves saying that they don't respect Josh sitting in the pocket? Who went on and said that? Was that our boy James Palmer, who, by the way, we'll talk to today, right?
Wait, what? Wait, say it again?
James Palmer the other day said there's coaching staffs out there do not see Josh sitting in the pocket as a situation where you get nervous.
Phil, he's one of those accurate quarterbacks in the league.
Why is Josh so good? Because he can get out of the pocket and make some plays.
He's much more than that, Phil. He's much more than that. Okay.
Got me pissed off today.
You got me yelling now. John Harbaugh out in Baltimore. Wow. Okay, we'll do the power ranking a little bit later. Where does Bo Nix stack up to the rest of the quarterbacks in the AFC playoff picture? We got seriously sidetracked because one of the biggest stories in recent NFL memory just broke. Harbaugh out in Baltimore. Okay, we'll catch our breath. We'll go back to our corners, okay, and we'll take a look at the rest of the landscape around the NFL coming up next.
The Broncos win their 14th game of the season and finished as the #1 team in the AFC. With an extra week to prepare, will the Broncos move one step closer to a Super Bowl return? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-2 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Paul's and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Hey guys, believe it or not, golf season is just around the corner, and that means the newest gear and the latest tech are starting to drop. It's Stoke here from my friends at Embers Golf. If you want to hit the ground running in 2026, now's the time to get dialed in. Book a custom fitting at Embers Golf and experience the newest equipment built to elevate your game. I know, trust me, I got set up last year, and spots fill up fast. So get in, get fit, and get ready to play your best season yet. Get everyone in the family ready for golf season at Embers Golf in Westminster. Embers Golf, ignite your game.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastory at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
Denver men's and women's basketball is on the rise, and we need to create a home court advantage this season. Experience more than just a game. Experience team interactions, discounted hoop rates, concession packages, giveaways, and more all season long with Denver Division I basketball. Learn more at denverpioneers.com. We can create a package just for you with DU Hoops.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
HelloFresh helps you cook fresh, delicious, wholesome meals every weeknight for a healthier you in each bite. This is more than just dinner. It's feel-good made from scratch. HelloFresh. Nothing hits like home cooking. Try now at HelloFresh.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it.
1,
if you didn't hear, massive news just broke a few minutes ago. John Harbaugh has been fired by the Baltimore Ravens. Really unbelievable. And I'll say this, too. I was thinking about this during the commercial break and had a second to gather my thoughts here. After Lamar lost last year in the playoffs again to Buffalo, after winning his second MVP, and they even gave him a do-over week 1, if you remember, they got beat again.
And then they felt sorry for Josh, gave him the MVP last year. So where are we going with this?
No, because I remember a conversation on ESPN in August. They were saying, what quarterback is under the most pressure coming into the season? Yeah. And it was unanimous across the board. It was Lamar Jackson. Now, and he responded with the worst year of his career. But there's even more. I'm sorry. After you
love pissing me off. Like, I'm waiting for it. What's the gist of all this? Other than trying to make me mad.
No. I'm serious here. Is that if there was already pressure coming in, and then the coach and the quarterback, the situation gets so untenable that one of them has to go, and you fire John Harbaugh, I would think, and I'm being serious, kidding aside, I would think that the pressure for Lamar to win and win big now is even more so to that fan base after they have to make a really hard decision and your coach of 18 years has shown the door. It's like, boy, now you better win.
Well, it's also who is going to be the coach, because that matters. And so there's pressure put on the general manager to make the right decision. Who's going to help the Baltimore Ravens get back to the promised land? Who's going to help the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson out? It's going to be interesting. What coach is worthy enough for that job? That's a tough division. That's a tough job. And some huge shoes, just like my shoes to use, that huge shoes to fill. So for somebody to go in there and try to step into John Harbaugh's shoes.
You're big stepping with a size 6 on.
13 over here.
Are you 13?
No, 2.5.
Okay. I'm like, damn. I mean, he's got big feet. Like, I got clown shoes on. All right. Next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right. Did you realize, by the way, you talk about bad organizations, the New York Jets, is there a worse organization, maybe in sports, than the New York Jets? Did you see that they became, after hiring a defensive coach who had I think 21 interceptions or something like that in his career, Aaron Glenn, the Jets became the first team in the history of NFL football to not record a single interception.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought they were lying. I had to go back and check. That's insane. That's insane. How do you have a defensive-minded coach that did a great job with the Lions, by the way, when he was the DC over there with the Lions?
Yeah.
Was able to get turnovers, some sacks, got the team into the playoffs. And you're the head coach of the Jets. That's your defense. So you're calling these schemes, and there's not one turnover the whole year?
That is nuts. That is nuts. And he kept his job.
Kept his job.
I'm telling you, the Jets are rudderless. So, you can talk about, here are some bad organizations. Buffalo's a bad organization that's being propped up by one guy. You have the Arizona Cardinals.
You can't say that when they consistently win. I mean, Buffalo, even back in the day, had chances to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's true. Cincinnati's traditionally a bad organization.
The Browns.
The Bears, the Browns. But none of them are worse than the New York Jets. I don't think any of them are. I mean, it is so bad over there, but a whole season without a single interception.
We got to put a little bit more respect on the Bears. Ben Johnson's over there turning things around.
Yeah, he is. And to their credit, they have hired the right people.
Yeah.
They have hired the right people and let them do their job. And so, yeah, Ben Johnson was a hell of a hire. Next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, so I'm going to float a conspiracy to our team, too. Drew, Dante.
Do we need music?
If Dante wants to finish up his meal, all right.
Dante cashed out.
He's cashed out. He's watching games. He's making plays. He's texting with his friends. He's having food.
He's trade Lamar. I mean, my man just saying anything.
I don't think you're supposed to be eating in the control room either.
I'm going to snitch on you now.
I'm gonna write that one down. All right.
All right. So I got a buddy. It's a unique connection. He was in the same college conference as me. at the school Bentley. You guys ever heard of the school Bentley? Yeah. Him and his brother, really good players. His name's Matt Tracy. I want to give him a shout out. But he texts me. He goes, here's my conspiracy theory. What do you guys think about it? Should have just stole the idea from him instead of giving him credit. Bill Belichick to the Baltimore Ravens.
Ooh. That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
I've heard worse.
But isn't Bill so close to getting into the Hall of Fame? Like he's in it right now, right?
He is, but they changed the rule that you only have to be out like 1 year. And he's already getting voted in. Yeah, so he could be an active Hall of Famer coaching for the first time. And here's the second half of the conspiracy theory. John Harbaugh to the New York Giants.
To the Giants.
Was he a Giants special teams coordinator before he got the Ravens job?
Yeah, he might have been.
Let me look that up. To be sure.
The second one is less crazy than the first one. Bill Belichick, after what we saw at Carolina this year, go to the Baltimore Ravens who do things the right way, no chance.
No chance?
No chance.
Yeah, I just think that, like,
the most successful coach ever couldn't get hired by the Ravens?
But is Belichick...
He couldn't get hired the first time around before he went to North Carolina.
Does he fit that style when it comes to the players, the culture there? Can he get through to Lamar? At the end there, him and Tom Brady had a falling out.
Yeah.
Tom couldn't stand Belichick.
That seems like it'd be a bad fit, actually. Bill Belichick and Lamar Jackson, he'd have to stay awake during the meetings and everything.
Exactly, and Bill was a boring teacher. He's a boring teacher.
He was John Harbaugh, by the way, was a. This has been a fun day. John Harbaugh was a special teams coordinator with the Eagles, not the Giants. He was a special teams coordinator forever, 1998 through 2006. That's a long time to be a special teams coordinator for one team. It's interesting. There's no
the Giants
room for...
is not a bad idea. That's
John Harbaugh?
Yeah.
What if John...
They need someone like
they do.
John Harbaugh.
They really do.
We also said, hey, maybe John decides to sit it out for a year. Sit it out for a year, check the landscape, and go from there. Maybe he partners with his brother, helps his brother out. Say, you know what, let me work for you for a year until a job that I love opens up. That'd be scary.
That would be. I've heard crazier stuff than that. But it's not unthinkable that Bill Belichick would come back to the NFL. So, I mean, someone could hire Bill Belichick. Six Super Bowls isn't enough?
A dysfunctional organization would hire Bill Belichick.
Man, is that where we're at with Bill?
Sadly, I think we are.
Man,
it's definitely not going to be the Raiders.
It's crazy, but I think that's where we're at.
Yeah,
it's not the Raiders for sure.
Nah.
Well, I mean, Arthur Blank maybe in Atlanta because he wants to win now, but dude, I think it's past Belichick by at this point.
Man, you might be right. And then he's got the baggage. Her.
Yeah.
Oh,
her.
Yeah.
That's it.
Holy
big bag.
smokes, man. She better be on it to still be around.
Must be.
Something must be happening.
On it. Okay. The wagon that is the Colorado Avalanche may have just blown a tire, and we'll tell you why coming up next.
The Broncos followed up their 2024 season by winning 14 games, reclaiming the AFC West and securing a first-round bye in the playoffs. Are the Broncos destined for a return to Santa Clara for Super Bowl 60? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
The West isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And this January 10th through the 25th, the National Western Stock Show presented by Common Spirit Health brings the heart of the West to Denver. So saddle up for 16 days of rodeo action, family fun, and championship livestock. This is where tradition meets excitement. This is who we are. We are the West. Tickets available at nationalwestern.com.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. If you want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Hi, Dan Cicchini with Dunright. Great pricing options and bank financing? You bet. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. Done right since 1985. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Dunright. Visit drhi.com. Thanks.
What's up, everybody? It's Cecil. You'd love new windows. I'd love new windows. That's why I went to Window Nation. Why? Because I live in Roxborough. I deal with a ton of wind and cold winter months. Well, that means the higher heat bills. I don't want that. Well, how do you fight that? You fight it with new windows. Right now, Window Nation's buy 4, get 4 windows free sale. You can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. It's time. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now. It's windownation.com.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3.
The ongoings in the NFL right now than our guy JP, and on a day where John Harbaugh is fired from the Baltimore Ravens, I think we're going to learn a few things here, and we'll talk about the fallout and the ripple effect that could be felt all the way here in Denver because of what just happened today in Maryland. So we'll do that here in about 12, 13 minutes. You're not going to want to miss that. In the meantime, the wagon that is the Colorado Avalanche may have just blown a tire. May. Okay, we'll see. But a little adversity hitting this hockey club for the first time this year. Bednar says that Gabe Landeskog is going to miss, quote, some weeks, end quote, with an upper body injury that he suffered the other night, just flying into.
Yeah. We thinking it's still the ribs. We thinking.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like that. I'm just so thankful it wasn't the knee, because it did look like his left knee gave out and buckled on him.
Well, you are the doctor. I mean, last time you diagnosed Jokic and you said you weren't concerned. I wasn't necessarily concerned with his knee on that one. It seemed like it did buckle a little bit, but at times, like with your old knees, they'll buckle a little bit here and there.
They can.
It didn't seem like it wiggled too much or he went down grabbing it.
Well, there's so much padding on it. You can't. But it looked like it could have potentially been a knee. So thankfully, he only broke his ribs.
Good news, he broke your ribs.
And we don't know that for sure, but I think it's fair speculation. Maybe like a hairline fracture or something like that. Needs some weeks, end quote, to heal. They said it's too early to rule out the Olympics.
Come on, guys.
I know he wants to play for Sweden, and he should. But selfishly, I don't want to see Gabe Landeskog play in the Olympics.
Gabe does not need to play in the Olympics. It's all about the Colorado Avalanche now. You're dealing with a major injury. Whether it's a knee or it's the ribs, you're going to be out for some time. You have to have some time to heal. Why do we have to have some time to heal? Because we need you. You're our captain. What's more important? I understand like your country is very important. But that you're going to be able to do that at some point again if you want to. Here and now, you have a chance to win the Cup. And one of the reasons why we're going to win the Cup this year is because of the captain, Gabe, and what he has brought to the table and what he has done. And he has gotten better every single game. He's getting stronger, more confident. Now he's making plays. We need him here, not for the Olympics. All right, selfishly, I want him here too. And guess what? He's not for Team USA.
No.
So therefore, he can stay his ass here, rehab, and get ready for the regular season to happen again.
Yeah, and by the way, if you watch that Gabe doc, what was it called? What was it?
Which one? He had about 5 of them.
Well, it was like a 5-part series. Trying to remember. The breaking through one was the team one. And his was, I forget. Anyway, clean sheet.
Yes.
Clean sheet. And he's about as Americanized as anyone can be. I mean, I don't even think he goes back home very often. It's unbelievable to think that English is his second language. And he's always been like that. But his kids don't, he shared, he's like, my kids don't really, he's like, they know a couple lullabies, but like, it's English. So anyway, but it's not just Gabe. Taser's down too, according to Bednar. All right, he got hurt the night before Gabe did, and he's apparently week to week. End quote. Don't know if he's going to be back in time for Team Canada, and I would imagine it's going to be Drew. Correct me if I'm wrong. It'd be him and Kale, right, as a top D pair for Team Canada. So that's relevant on the Olympic side. Don't know how that's actually going to unfold here in the coming weeks. But you also have Mackenzie Blackwood on IR.
Yeah, that one's freaky because that one came out of nowhere.
It did.
It's a lower body, correct? A lower body injury. He just got back. He was doing well, getting the confidence back. We have 2 starters going back and forth, competing with each other with Reggie and Blackwood. And all of a sudden, during our show, we get the news that Blackwood's being put on IR.
Yeah, kind of mysterious. So between Gabe going down, Taser going down, and Blackwood going down, it's like the first real sign of adversity this season.
No conflict, no story, Zach. Like, who are you? What are you made out of? And I have a funny feeling that we all know that this team, the Colorado Avalanche this year, they're resilient. They're ferocious. They're going to find a way to win. They have depth. All right, they're going to be able to move Lecky back to the top line. All right, Brindley, what does that look like for him? He's going to have another opportunity. Now, I think he may start on the 3rd line, or they may move him up to the 2nd line, but he's going to get his opportunity. Take advantage of your opportunity when given there. So we have the depth, Zach. We have 2 solid goalies, and I know Blackwood's not there, but now Wedgie, who, by the way, it seems like he's our starter right now.
I was going to say, he was holding down the fort earlier in the season anyway.
So you need to go through some adversity. I'd rather go through it now all right, let's change these lineups up a little bit just because you don't know what's going to happen in the playoffs. But if something does happen in the playoffs and somebody goes down, you're like, hey, we've been dibble-dabbling with this throughout the season. We feel comfortable with this lineup. Let's take this lineup out there and let's go try to win a cup.
Well, okay, see if they can sort of weather the storm here. They have the depth to do it, to your point. Could the Avs win a cup without Gabe?
Why are you copying me? I was going to ask you that. Can the Avs win a cup without Gabe, Zach? The answer is, and I hate to say this, but yes, because of the depth. Because you still have Nathan McKinnon. Because you still have Kale. You still have Niches. All right, you have these players. We will get Blackwood back. It's not like it's a season-ending injury.
Right.
So if we didn't have Gabe, because of the depth, because of what McFarland did and was so aggressive last year, now this team has the chemistry down. We have enough to win.
Drew, do you agree with that? Drew Spivak, our esteemed producer here?
I do, yeah, because I know a lot of people will say, well, they didn't win a cup with the 3 years they didn't have Gabe. Those teams were not this team. Those teams were not built the way this team was.
Yeah.
Even last year's team, which is very similar in a lot of ways to what this team is now, they weren't quite built there yet. I mean, Brock Nelson had been around for a month.
Right.
Charlie Coyle had been around for a month.
Right.
Natchez had been around for 3 months. This team has a runway now. This team with Brent Burns, the way Sam Malinsky's playing, Victor Olofsson.
Yeah.
This team is loaded.
It's so similar to that cup year where you could just go down the lineup and bang, 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 bang.
And don't get me wrong, not having Gabe would be a blow. But I hate to say it, but it's not like we're talking about 2019 Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah.
He's a different player now. And I know, being the captain, being the leader in the locker room, that means something. And that means something special to this team. But I think that this team is good enough and deep enough that they could win a cup without Gabe.
I actually co-sign all of it. I do.
Well, we're finally on the same page.
We are. It feels good. It took almost to the third hour. But, yes, Gabe, obviously you guys know this, but he just represents something a little bit different beyond who he is on the ice. And by the way, this is a group that's still waiting for Logan O'Connor to come back.
But who knows when we're going to get him back, because I've been hearing some things it's just not going well for him.
He had a
we know it's the
setback
hip,
for sure. Yeah.
And you know how that goes. I mean, look at the hip that you have.
Look at the hips you have. You look like you can line up and play guard. Look at fullback. All right. John Harbaugh out as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. How could it impact us here in Denver? We'll bounce that off James Palmer coming up next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Chargers and closed out the regular season with a win. After a roller coaster season, does Sean Payton have his team dialed in for the playoffs? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that G.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Mine Safety and Health Administration reminds you that mining accidents and injuries are preventable. Staying alert and focused can keep you safe. Take time, save lives. Visit MSHA.gov.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
James Palmer, our NFL insider, he joins us every week right around this time. And what a day to be talking football. Because, man, I don't know where this stacks up in terms of the biggest NFL news in recent memory. It's somewhere near the top, if not at the tippy. James, this news that John Harbaugh has been fired from the Baltimore Ravens. How are you processing this?
Constant text messages and calls right now, I'd say, from people around the league. The number one thing that I'm getting from everyone right now, Zach, is jobs like this do not come available.
Right.
They just don't. This is, as one executive put it to me just 5 minutes ago, the most well-run organization in all of sports. Like, that is pretty high praise. I mean, when you even look at the way the Ravens work, and I don't know if anybody knows this, their benefits packages for medical and dental and pension and all these things are as good as you can get in the sports world. And you have an ownership that is patient, a building that already has a culture established. There's stability. There's an MVP quarterback. There's one of the best rosters in football when healthy. Obviously, they had a litany of injuries. There's some other things you got to figure out within that roster. But at the same time, I think you have the MVP quarterback right now. We'll see what the future is. But there is so much to like about this job. This is an ownership that was very, very close, Steve Bisciotti, to John Harbaugh. And the reason this has taken all of us kind of in a shock in a sense is Steve Bisciotti talks to nobody. And Harbaugh only answers to Steve Bisciotti. He does not answer to General Manager Eric DeCosta, who, by the way, is an outstanding GM in his own right. So we were never going to get a whole lot of information about this until a decision was made. And it looks to be, from the people I've spoken with, that the loyalty of John Harbaugh to his staff might have played a part in this. And that happens sometimes with coaches. I believe that was a key trait with Gary Kubiak throughout the course of his career, who spent time here in Denver, who was unbelievably loyal to his coaches. And I got a text from someone saying, good for John, if that was the case. Obviously, that's from the coaching side of things. But this is an unbelievable opportunity for somebody to slide into. Compared to the other jobs, it is head and shoulders above the rest.
Well, James, we know that the Baltimore Ravens, they're going to find another coach. But what about here in the division? The Raiders are without a coach. Could somebody like John Harbaugh slip into that situation where now he's the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, and now he's going up against his brother and Sean Payton and Andy Reid? Like, could there be a scenario like that?
With the number one pick built in.
With the number one pick is built in, Phil, we were talking about this when Pete Carroll took the job, right? Like, look at the pedigree of coaches. And that would be right in the same vein, right? With everything that John has accomplished in his 18 years with the Ravens. He's an unbelievable believer in stability. I'm not sure Vegas provides that for him. This is a man that has had very few coaching stops in his career. I mean, he was in Philly for an eternity as an assistant and as a special teams coordinator. He only knows about stability and staying in one spot. I'm not sure the Raiders with 6 coaches in 6 years provides that sort of stability. What I do think is interesting, guys, if we stick within the division, is all the buzz yesterday was that Tom Brady's name was in that state.
Right.
That was everything, because he has been, and there's people in that building that I talked to that believe, Tom Brady's my boss, but it was never really outright said in that type of capacity. Now that he's leading this search with him and his minority owners coming in, there's now liquid cash, which is something far different than Mark Davis has had. That's a cash cow of a stadium that just prints money for them. And you have the number one pick. There is a lot to change there. But I would say the Giants' job is still more marketable than that job in Vegas. I'm not sure about Atlanta, Phil. I would say it's all predicated on your thoughts of Michael Penix, I think, is a big part of that Atlanta job. I'm not sure what people think of that Vegas job right now, because people are curious about Brady. And I'll say this, there's been a lot of comparisons between John Elway and Tom Brady, right? Because now you have two of the greats of all time running organizations. I think there are very, very, very different tracks to where they're at. John ran businesses and negotiated contracts for a long time. He ran an arena football team. I mean, Tom is new to this. I don't think they're comparable by any stretch.
James, I have so many questions. I mean, we could sit here and chat for an hour.
I got time, guys. What do you want? You want to keep me? Let's go.
Well, we want you to come into the studio at some point.
Yeah, at some point here in the playoffs. Yeah.
Phone works, guys. Yeah, it's right here. I mean, let's go. I'm ready.
Okay. We will do that. The divorce between John Harbaugh and the Ravens. There is speculation that a big part of this divorce had to do with Lamar Jackson and the relationship with John Harbaugh. And there was, even before today, despite what you said at the top about the silence within the organization, how it's like uncommonly quiet, there was still noise surrounding the situation from the outside, and there was speculation that one of these guys would not return. Do you know? Oh, and by the way, there was a report last week from someone.
Baltimore Sun?
Well, yes, that Lamar Jackson was falling asleep in team meetings, and there's been some whispering, but it was finally reported on, and the guy who did it, from my understanding, like, he's not some, like, slappy. Have you heard any of this stuff?
Yeah, I would say this. Like I mentioned, that Steve Bisciotti was going to keep all of this very tight and doesn't talk to anybody. There was the growing sense, and I put this out on The Athletic, that there was a different feeling than there has been in years past. And this isn't the first year that fans in Baltimore have been going, I think it's time for a change. Even in Pittsburgh, you were seeing that, right? With the Fire Mike Tomlin chance. But around the building, the sense I was getting was there seems to be a little bit of a different feeling. Now, the point I was making at the top was you still don't know what Steve Bisciotti is going to essentially do, because the conversation between him and John is very private and he's not going to tell anybody. But within the building, you're correct. The feeling was just different around the building. And I would say with Lamar, he's just a very different player in terms of practice, in terms of he may not practice all week and then go dominate and play at an MVP level on Sunday. He may practice all week and then Friday something comes up and he may not play. Like, he's just a very different player, but you put up with it because when you see him play at his best, talent-wise, athleticism, everything he brings to the table is a unicorn. That just person does not exist on the planet outside of Lamar Jackson. Go stand next to him on a sideline. I mean, like, there's nobody built like that, Phil, on the sideline. Like, last time I saw that, honestly, and you can say this, he's a far better thrower of the football than Cam Newton. But when you would stand next to Cam on the sideline, you'd be like, this is a quarterback?
Right.
Like, are you kidding me? This is a physical specimen. Lamar's not that big, but he's a big dude, and he throws the football really well and plays the position at the highest level. So I think oftentimes what happens is you put up with certain things because the talent is just so extraordinary. I think this contract negotiation that is expected to go down this offseason is going to be fascinating to watch. And I do think other teams are going to be very interested in keeping an eye on it, as opposed to last time around. I remember I was on the Good Morning Football set the last time this was happening, and I'm going nuts, going like, why isn't anybody trying to trade for Lamar Jackson? I think it's going to be a very different feeling about Lamar this time around than it was the first time.
James, before we get into some more Broncos talk, I'm interested in knowing some of the candidates that you think would fit the Baltimore Ravens, because I thought that John and Lamar, they were a perfect fit, perfect match.
Mm-hmm.
And John tailored things towards Lamar Jackson, just like John has tailored things towards Joe Flacco and has had success with both quarterbacks. So who out there as a head coach could come in there and kind of tailor their offense towards Lamar Jackson?
Well, the first person that comes to my mind is Jesse Minter. I mean, there's a relationship there. I was told this week, as I spent some time with the Chargers, 2 quotes directly. One, he is a star in the making. And the other one is he is more than ready to be a head coach right now. I've spoken to guys that have coached with him at the college ranks, the NFL ranks. They're like, he just commands the room. He's outstanding. I think when I was on with you guys last week, I was saying, hey, listen, I know there's backups. Be ready for that scheme. It's outstanding. I mean, you saw it even with the guys that were in there for the Chargers this past week when we were at the stadium. So I think Jesse is definitely one that you would look at for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they went outside of the box. And what I mean by that is when you have a building, like I mentioned, that has such stability and everything else in place, you have the ability to reach or maybe take a risk. Unlike some of these other places where if you're in Cleveland and you go outside the box, everybody's like, what are you doing? Because you don't have the other things in place that Baltimore does. And so I think because of that, could they kind of go outside the box a little bit and pursue somebody we're not really thinking, Phil? I think that's a possibility. But I think your plan for Lamar on and off the field is very important when you're speaking to Steve Bisciotti, who's running an organization that is now looking for just their 4th head coach in 30 years.
Yeah, and going outside the box is what Baltimore did when they hired John Harbaugh. This was a
special teams.
He was a special teams coordinator for 8 years in Philly. He was a DB's coach for 1 season before he got hired by Baltimore. If you're him, because I'm thinking about this through a Bronco lens too, you know, I may not love any of these jobs that are currently open. Maybe I take a year the way that Sean Payton did. Maybe I take a year the way that Mike Vrabel did, get the landscape, and there could be a coach in the AFC West that retires and leaves a vacancy to coach Patrick Mahomes, James.
You're right. I mean, that is something that every candidate has had an eye on. Now, there's always been a thought that Matt Nagy would potentially take over. Him and Brett Veach are very, very close, the general manager. And there was always thought that there maybe be a succession plan there. But right now, you could say he's one of the leading candidates in Tennessee because of how tight he is with Mike Borgonzi, who was the assistant general manager in Kansas City and is now the GM with the Tennessee Titans. I'm not putting it past John Harbaugh to take a year. I'm not putting it past Kevin Stefanski to take a year. Now, my understanding is Kevin Stefanski is, let me put this politely, re-energized with his new opportunity to coach elsewhere. But as it was told to me, he's extremely close to Mike Vrabel. And Mike benefited and was in that building during his year off, just kind of filling a variety of roles, if you remember, in that Browns building. So with those two guys, as their pedigree is so high, I wouldn't be surprised if either one passed. But I would look at the Giants for John Harbaugh right now and go, all right, you have Jackson Dart in place. You have a number 1 wide receiver, Malik Neighbors. You have a defense that is very good and has a lot of pieces. You have a left tackle already in place. You have a top 5 pick. I mean, there's a lot to like. And if somebody can handle New York, I think it would be John. I think that the one that he would probably have circled right now. But you're right. I think both those guys have the ability to wait a year, and we've seen it benefit both of the guys you mentioned.
All right, man. Great stuff. What a fun day to be doing this job. Really appreciate your time.
Bonkers, guys.
It's bonkers. It's bonkers.
Crazy.
All right, we will reach back out. We'll get you in studio. We'll do this for, a couple segments, a full hour, whatever you want to do at some point here before the divisional round. But great stuff, and we'll chat with you next week.
Let's do it. Sounds good. Call me, guys. My phone lines are open.
I will call you. I will call you. Okay.
I know Phil won't. Yeah. Okay.
I will
Appreciate
too.
it, Zach. Okay. Appreciate
Come on
it.
now.
All right, there he goes. That's our guy. That's our dude, James Palmer. Great conversation. And it turns out that Vance Joseph is also one of the hottest head coaching candidates in the league after what we have learned today. Details next.
The Broncos win their 14th game of the season and finished as the #1 team in the AFC. With an extra week to prepare, will the Broncos move one step closer to a Super Bowl return? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new year.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranted treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Free barbecue. Yep. Absolutely free barbecue. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs, the barbecue lawyer at 303 Law 4040. It's 2026, and we are taking our free meal program to the next level, and I want you to help spread the word with me if you can. I got a brand new smoker, and this thing's a beast. It's over 6 feet tall, so we can cook that 1,000 pounds of free barbecue each and every month. Here's what you do. It's Eastern Hills Community Church, 4 to 6 p.m. every first and third Thursday. I'm smoking up delicious pulled pork or my addictive copycat Chipotle recipe, and we're serving it up for free. You just get in line, you pop the trunk, we put free groceries in your trunk, and then we ask you how many meals you need for the night. It's that simple. No questions asked. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word. And if you have any questions, you can always call me. The barbecue lawyer's number is 303-LAW-4040.
Hey, Mark Schlereth here. A new year doesn't always call for something new. Sometimes it calls for something better. If your home would be more comfortable with better windows or new siding, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton can help. Right now, save 25% on Infinity replacement windows and 20% off James Hardy siding with 12 months no interest financing. Call them 303-794-0490 to schedule your free in-home visit or visit windowsforyourhome.com and say this is the year your home feels better.
HelloFresh helps you cook fresh, delicious, wholesome meals every weeknight for a healthier you in each bite. This is more than just dinner. It's feel-good made from scratch. HelloFresh. Nothing hits like home cooking. Try now at HelloFresh.com.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastry at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception we'd love to bust. You do not need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, let's make it happen. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry is Colorado's largest watch repair center. We service all major brands, factory authorized for TAG Heuer, Cartier, Omega, Breitling, Panerai, IWC, and many more. Matthews, we have time for you.
Online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's only one unicorn, Zach. It's only one unicorn.
Who's that?
Our man, our boy, our Jackson. As James Palmer said.
Look at you.
Look at you.
Oh, doctor. What a fun day.
Let's bow. Come on now. Let's bow. Bo knows he has to get his act together.
He's got to start bowing then.
He does have to start bowing.
Would you, no, I'm not going to put you on the spot like that right now. I'll do it at the top of the hour. I got a question for you.
I love my cue.
Hey, by the way, news of the day, John Harbaugh, right? Fired from the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
It is being put out there in real time that John Harbaugh is expected to emerge as the favorite for the head coaching job of the New York Giants. Wow.
John,
wow.
Stay back, John. You don't want to deal with that organization.
Well, they've been dysfunctional as well.
I know.
They have been. Oh, these job openings, and we'll talk about them like through the lens of VJ, because your former head coach is now expected. We found this out today. We knew the Titans yesterday for sure, and we were hearing whispers that it could be the Giants as well. The Giants will interview Vance Joseph. Obviously, the Titans are already established to interview him, but also the Cardinals will interview Vance Joseph, where he coached for a few years after being let go here in Denver, and he will also interview for the Raiders job, in addition to also interviewing for the Falcons job. So Vance Joseph is going to interview with the Raiders, Cardinals, Giants, Titans, and Falcons. That is a 5-pack of interviews for VJ.
Man, I'm looking at the list that you just put out there, Zach, and it's like, damn, if you're VJ, like, you definitely, honestly, you can't be greedy, and you can't sit here and think you're going to choose your destination because you're going to be happy to be a head coach again no matter where it's at. But where would you want to go? If you had the deciding factor, where would you go? Would you go back to Arizona because you're familiar with the people up top? Some of the players are on the football field. Are you going to go to Atlanta?
Hold on, let me just comment on that. Like Arizona, you can't go to Arizona. You don't have a quarterback, and it's terrible ownership.
Well, none of these have a quarterback, Zach.
The Giants might.
Well, the
Falcons might.
Maybe.
Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Here you go.
You haven't turned on your boy Penix, have you?
I haven't turned. I mean, I just haven't seen enough.
Why?
How's J.J. McCarthy doing?
Wait, hold on.
How's J.J. doing?
Hold on. Why haven't you seen Michael Penix?
I mean, he's hurt. He's hurt,
Phil,
just like J.J.
Why did I not want to draft Michael Penix?
But you wanted to draft J.J. McCarthy
over
did. Bo Nix.
I did. I thought he was a good fit for Sean's
and
system.
What's happening with him? He can't stay healthy either.
He's at least looked good at a couple of occasions.
You must have been watching those games.
Oh, God. It's just not the track record. He doesn't have the track record.
But all right, so you just went down the list. The only team with a quarterback that we think, and he still has to prove himself,
Titans,
is the Titans. Cam Ward.
Yeah, I mean, there's something there. I just don't know what or if there's enough of it. But look, these are like the Titans, not a good organization, right? If you thought firing Mike Vrabel was a good idea, I mean, and they have who is it? Kay Adams, Mary Adams, I want to say, is running that operation over there with the headset on, wants to know everything, what's going on and all that. It's just not a good organization. Cardinals, not a good organization. Browns, not a good organization. Raiders, not a good organization. This is not a great selection for someone like Vance Joseph.
No, so you have to go somewhere where you know, okay, where's the defense at? At this point, is there some players on that team that we can win games because defensively we're just better than others? That's what's happening here in Denver. So as a coach for VJ, who is a defensive-minded coach, you got to go to the organization or hope to be selected by the organization that has a solid foundation when it comes to defensive players, and then hopefully you can get a couple guys in the building that want to follow you to develop a young quarterback and find some weapons to go with that young quarterback.
Man. Question. If you're Vance, and there's no way of knowing this, but if you're Vance, how do you authentically know if these teams are truly interested in hiring me, or are they checking the box with the Rooney Rule?
The only way to find out, Zach, is to be in the meetings with those people, looking at them eye to eye, seeing are they true to what they're saying, or are they just trying to get by that rule and move on?
Yeah.
You know, you can tell a lot about a man by walking in, shaking their hand, looking at them eye to eye like I am now, looking at you. You're quivering. I don't know why you're shaking. It's just me. You don't have to be that scared.
So you're saying like there is value to going in and meeting someone, looking them in the eyes, shaking their hand.
Don't you think that sometimes you can
the way that Deion Sanders does not on the recruiting trail?
Yeah, you're right. He just brings them in. He just brings them in and they want to sign.
There is value in that. Okay, I learned something today. Thank you, Phil.
But you know, sometimes you can talk to somebody and say, okay, that person's authentic.
Yeah.
You can just feel it.
Yep.
And hopefully that's the feeling he gets when he's going through these interviews with Atlanta, with Tennessee, with Cleveland, with some of these teams. And hopefully he does get an opportunity to be a head coach. He deserves it. Look what he has done for the past 2 years for the Denver Broncos.
Right.
Guys, the only reason why we're in this boat, right? The only reason why we have an opportunity to get to a Super Bowl is because of our defense. And who's the defensive coordinator? Vance Joseph, the guy that everybody wanted to run out. Maybe even the guy sitting next to me.
I never said fire Vance Joseph.
You never know. You never say anything like that.
I
will say that. You never say
in
it.
9 years I've never said, hey,
just
let's
wait to get off
fire
air.
this guy. Hey, wait to get off air. Oh, my God, that's funny. All right. Speaking of Deion Sanders, I think it's safe to say that he is in the middle of the most important 2-week stretch of his coaching career up in Boulder. And we'll talk about why and what he's doing with it next.
The Broncos followed up their 2024 season by winning 14 games, reclaiming the AFC West, and securing a first-round bye in the playoffs. Are the Broncos destined for a return to Santa Clara for Super Bowl 60? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, we know what January is. It's full of, hey, I'll start tomorrow quotes. But guess what? SodaWeightLoss.com is full of people who finally said, no, really, today is the day I start in that weight loss journey. The lifestyle that you learn from SodaWeightLoss.com. How to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. Soda delivers fast, easy, convenient weight loss that fits real life. No hunger, no guesswork, and support from a real coach who actually texts you back. That's why they have nearly 9,000 positive Google reviews and thousands of jaw-dropping before and after photos like mine when I lost 60 pounds a few years ago with SodaWeightLoss.com, and it's never coming back. And right now, it's the perfect gift for two of you. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. Two people, one program, one life-changing start to 2026. Soda is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results, and the proof is at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state-of-the-art.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
I'm Rob Wilhite. A car accident can change everything in a moment. For almost 50 years, my firm has gone up against insurers and won over $1 billion for our clients. If you were hit, don't wait. Evidence fades, witnesses disappear, and the insurance companies know that. We move fast, you should too. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or go to willhitewins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or willhitewins.com. We're here for Coloradans when it matters most. The Wilhite Law Firm, Colorado Strong. willhitewins.com.
We got a call late New Year's Eve. A dad's garage door spring just snapped. He said, my family's counting on me tomorrow. We have big plans. So we showed up fast. We didn't talk about the price. We didn't wait till the morning. We fixed it right then. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. When you need help, we're the ones who show up. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Doors. Call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com.
When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Ben Franklin here to talk to you about your water heater. A water heater is a vital part of your home's plumbing. When it doesn't work, it can really freeze up your routine. Call the pros at Benjamin Franklin Plumbing about water heater options for your home. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com or call 877-BEN-1776 to request an appointment.
The local pros call Benjamin Franklin Plumbing.
Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in their respective state or county.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
I think it's safe to say, well, I shouldn't say it's safe to say, but I believe that Deion Sanders is smack dab in the middle of the most important 2-week stretch of his coaching career up in Boulder.
It is safe to say that. I mean, think about it. Like he was on the mountaintop when he went 9-3.
I don't know if that's the mountaintop.
I mean, it was his second year. Had a Heisman winner, Zach. Had a Heisman winner.
He did.
Quarterback, his son did well. The team did well. The team had a chance to get into the college football playoffs if they beat Kansas. And if you remember, Kansas ended up running it down their throat.
Oh, it was the Devin Neal.
Yep.
Went
Devin
crazy.
Neal. So, that stopped them from getting into the playoffs. And then the next year, the nightmare. You decide to hire Pat Shurmur as your offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Livingston, who I still have a lot of faith in, was a defensive coordinator, but it wasn't his best year as a coach for Coach Prime. It wasn't his best year, and now everybody seemed to leave, right? All the players are gone. Transfer portal open now, and there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, I mean, it's another overhaul. And every year that Deion has been at CU, and I don't think this is a good thing, every year has been a massive overhaul.
Zach, that's not just them anymore. That's all these colleges.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of these, the really good programs supplement through the transfer portal. They don't recreate the whole thing annually.
What?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Ohio State, they had to go out there and get a whole brand new offensive and defensive line. Texas did the same thing.
Phil, they recruit high school kids and develop them at the same time they're doing the transfer portal.
Of course, they're going to get the best of the best when it comes to the high school kids, but they're still paying that money. And boy, did it not help them out. They didn't help Texas Tech out.
Well, they all went to the college football playoffs.
Zach, what's the ultimate goal?
Okay.
For Ohio State.
All right. So, yes.
The Ohio State.
I want to ask you what's the goal for CU here, but we're going to save that for another day.
All right.
Save that for another day. So
let's wait until the transfer portal.
What the heck are we talking about here? How can this week and next week be the most important 2-week stretch? It's not even football season. Guys, it's the transfer portal opening up. And this time around is different than last year, where there was multiple windows that would open. This year, there's only one. So you have to get it right now. And we know the players, like basically anyone who made plays not named Jordan Seaton, the stud left tackle who's got an NFL future, outside of him, if anyone made a play, they're leaving the program. From the Bayard safety to the edge rushers, London Merritt and Alex McPherson, Omarion Miller, Brandon Davis Swain, Draylon Miller. I mean, it's a mass exit. 24 players are leaving the program. And you need to fix the defense. You said it wasn't Robert Livingston's best year. That's putting it lightly. They gave up 425 yards a game, which was dead last in the conference. But I'll say this. Their approach, do we like it or not? The program's first offer when the portal opened on Friday was to a player at Mercer named Andrew Zock. He's an FCS All-American who registered 21.5 sacks. They also have recruited players from Bowling Green and got commitments. Bowling Green, James Madison, Tulane, Louisiana Tech, another from Tulane last night who committed defensive lineman, Santana Hopper, good player. But all these players are coming from a step below a Power 5 conference. What do you make of it?
I love it, Zach. I love it, and here's why. All right, you're not going after these big name kids or these kids that are on Alabama but they're not playing. You're going after these more of these blue collar type of players that want to earn their right to be at the Power 4 level, that want their shot, their shine, to say, hey, we deserve to be here. We deserve to be drafted high, and nobody's giving us that chance. Cooper Kupp, that man played at the FCS level. And look what he has done for his career. Has won a Super Bowl. Was he the Super Bowl MVP,
He was.
by the way?
He was.
Super Bowl MVP. I mean, the man was good and still is good, and he's going to be one of the best receivers to play the game. He wasn't a Power 4 player. Shame on the people that were that did not recruit that man. So it's like, I love Coach Prime and the staff's approach to go after these players that want to earn their right to be there, that know that they're not going to get the bag, that they're not going to get the money, but they're here to try to win games. They're here because they want an opportunity at a higher level. They want an opportunity to be seen so they can get drafted. Yeah, I need to know your take on this.
You know that I have, in general, not been a big fan of Deion Sanders. Don't like the way that he carries himself most of the time.
Yeah, you had to come up with an apology.
A
la carte, we know that.
A la carte. I pick my issues with Deion and CU a la carte.
So how do you feel about all this?
I don't like this. I love this. I said about a year and a half ago, there should be a member of every Power 5 staff that is just responsible for recruiting players from the FCS level and the Group of 5 level. Because, and you mentioned Cooper Kupp, some of the greatest players in the history of this game. I don't think there's any more flawed recruiting than football recruiting. I really don't. I think it's the most flawed recruitment process. And I think that by the time that kids are juniors and you're killing it at the FCS level, those guys are really Power 5 players. And the guys who are third stringers at the Power 5 level, they're really FCS players. But look at the history of football. First of all, the number 1 pick this past year in the NFL draft started at Incarnate Word. Walter Payton played at the FCS level. Steve McNair, former NFL MVP, played at the FCS level, Alcorn State.
Yeah.
You have Howie Long, NFL Hall of Famer, all-timer, played at Villanova, the FCS level. Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl MVP, played at Delaware, FCS level. Rich Gannon won an MVP playing a regular season MVP, played at Delaware, FCS level. So the history of football over and over. There was a Super Bowl 3 or 4 years ago when they said half of the players participating in the Super Bowl were undrafted.
Yeah.
So it's a flawed recruitment from high school to college, from college to the pros, and I think that the way of trying to mitigate this and sort of like recoup some of this is to recruit the hell out of the Group of 5 level and the FCS level. I'm watching the FCS championship last night, Montana State.
Hey, that was fun.
There's some freaking players there that I'm convinced are going to play on Sunday, like Alex Singleton, who played at Montana State. So I love this from CU. I really do. I think it's smart. I think it's the right approach because the washouts from Texas and Alabama, that's not what you should be looking for, and that's been their approach. I like this approach much better. Dante, you got something behind the glass?
I do. You mentioned the history of the NFL and football in general there. You don't even have to look that far back. The 2024 Heisman voting, the top 6 guys in the Heisman voting from last year all started at either an FCS or a group, or were not Power 5 guys.
Yeah, non-Power 5
from
guys.
where they started.
Yep. And so that's like the Genty.
Well, Travis
Hunter, Cam Ward. Yeah.
Cameron Scatabo, Bryson Daly at Army, and Dylan Gabriel started at UCF back when UCF was in the American Conference.
Right,
so, the top 6 guys, none of them started at Power 5 schools.
Yeah, so, I mean.
Ball players all around.
Yep. So I think this is smart. And this is something. So let's write it down. Deion is doing something I really like.
There we go. Look at the smile on my face. Deion recruiting. And he's quiet too, right? It's not like he's bragging about it, saying, hey, this is my 3rd Louis bag. Like, no, he's saying, hey, it's time to grind. And I'm not going to say too much. I'm going to let my staff do the talking by going out there and finding these commitments that truly want to be here, knowing, like I said earlier, that they're not going to be paid a lot of money, but they will have an opportunity to play at a big stage and maybe, if you do well, get a chance to hear your name called in the NFL draft.
Yeah. Who's the all-time leading receiver in NFL football?
Jerry Rice,
FCS level. Walter Payton, 2nd all-time rusher, FCS level. Did I say Walter Payton already?
You did.
Okay.
You listened, Walter.
Yeah, so it's left and right. It's left and right. Okay, we'll get back into Broncos here at the top of the hour. Last night, we witnessed one of the most improbable wins in the history of Denver sports. We'll talk about it. Also, one of the biggest football stories that we didn't see coming, John Harbaugh out in Baltimore what could be the ripple effects that could be felt here in Denver? We'll get to all of that as we are on the doorstep of 40 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Chargers and closed out the regular season with a win. After a roller coaster season, does Sean Payton have his team dialed in for the playoffs? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly near and far without any glasses thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found GoodRx. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's GoodRx, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ray Hansford, if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee.
What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of, and he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and you can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so I want to get back into the Denver Broncos here in just a couple minutes. And how could what happened today in Baltimore potentially impact us here in Denver? And you guys are the best, man, on the RamosLaw.com text line. I'm looking at, people. I was trying to come up with as many names as I could of NFL players that played at a lower level that ended up being a star, frankly. Some Hall of Famers, Jerry Rice, Walter Payton, Steve McNair. I mean, the list goes on. But we forgot about Quinn Miners on the Broncos' own team right now, being a Division III product. You know who's another Division III product? Do you remember Fred Jackson?
Fred Jackson.
For the Buffalo Bills?
Cole College.
Cole College, yes. Look at you.
That's a bad dude. He was a bad dude.
Yes, he was.
I love watching his highlights. Growing up, I used to watch Fred
Jackson.
Jackson's highlights. Big dude.
Division III player, Vincent Jackson, Charles Haley, Hall of Fame pass rusher who won I think 6 or 7 Super Bowls between the Cowboys and the Niners, I want to say. He played at James Madison. Vincent Jackson. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on in that league more than any other. Very rare. Adam Thielen's another one.
Adam Thielen
was I think a Division II Minnesota college somewhere over there. Unlike any other sport, basketball, it's almost mind blowing when a Division II player makes it in the NBA. It's mind blowing.
It's
almost
mind blowing when
never
an
happens.
Undrafted free agent. How many undrafted free agents truly are in the NBA?
Almost none. I mean, there's once in a while someone like a Spencer Jones will try to break through, but Colin Gillespie, was he undrafted? Was Gillespie undrafted? That kid is making him some money. Former Nugget. They would love to have him back. What Phoenix is doing, so random, but what Phoenix is doing, Dylan Brooks and Colin Gillespie, and I think they're 6 or 7 games over 500. They're supposed to be the worst team in the NBA.
I heard L.A. maybe trying to poach Dylan Brooks. That's kind of how it's been swirling around.
He's scoring over 21 points a game for a winning team in the draconian Western Conference where there's just no nights off. Okay, well, speaking of that, last night was supposed to be a night off for the Philadelphia 76ers. And what we ended up seeing was one of the most legendary and iconic Denver sports upsets maybe ever, definitely in recent memory. Because I can't think of a time where in my near decade behind this microphone where a Denver sports team was supposed to lose in the way that the Nuggets were supposed to lose last night and won outright. If you wanted to bet on Philly before the game started, the number went up to 15.5 points the Nuggets were getting, okay? But if you wanted to bet on Philly just to win the game, you had to lay $900 to win 100.
Come on.
That's how much of a favorite they were.
Well, Philly had everybody.
Correct.
Everybody was healthy.
Correct.
And when you have the Denver Nuggets, I mean, Zach, did you get the call?
I did not get the
Okay,
call.
so there was only 9 guys on that court. I was surprised because I thought you were definitely in. Mr. MVP over here was going to get a 2-way contract and get the call.
Maybe if they were home.
All right.
Maybe if they were home.
All right, we'll use that excuse.
But no Jokic, no Jamal, no Aaron Gordon, no Christian Brown, no Cam Johnson, no Jonas Valanciunas, no Tim Hardaway. So that's your entire starting 5, your leading scorer off the bench, and your backup center. On a night where you're going against Joel Embiid.
On a night where you just had a different game. It was a back-to-back.
Correct.
And you had to go into that game knowing that you're probably going to lose. It needs to be a 30 for 30, Zach. It should be called the 9. Like, oh, look at me. The 9. 9 players out there, and David Adelman, okay, he promised that all 9 were going to play, and you know what? All 9 were out there giving it their all to get that win, and it took everybody to get that 1 point, right? You just need one more point more than than your opponent, and that's exactly what they did in overtime.
And they did it against a team that was playing their best basketball of the season. Philly had won 3 games in a row. Everyone's active. They had averaged 130 points over the 3-game win streak. Paul George was playing. Joel Embiid was playing. Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe. How about that guy's a star. He is a star to pair with Maxey here moving forward, just a rookie. But, yeah, they had it going. And the Nuggets just – you talk about – and I tweeted this right after the game. Like as soon as like the horn was going off, I had some version of like the Nuggets culture is back. And I can't believe it ever went away, but it did. And that's just the reality of it. But what I saw from that group binding together, playing as hard as they could, and the guys that weren't playing were actively coaching every single possession. Like they were coaching like their little brothers at like, CYO or something.
Yes.
Like it was a legendary win, 125-124. And when it went into overtime, I turned to my wife, Ashley, and I said, they're cooked, because now you put 5 minutes on the clock and you're depleted, and it took everything, and they forced OT, and this is where Philly comes, and wins.
That's usually what happens with a team that has all their starters and has an MVP guy and Embiid. Usually you're going to be able to take over that game, but not with the 9, Zach. Not with Pickett doing what he was doing and how confident he was playing. 7 threes that Pickett made. Mr. Watson is another one that is taking advantage of his opportunity. No Jokic, no problem. I'm going to create my own shots. I'm going to get down and dirty defensively because I know that's what I do. I'm comfortable doing that. I'm going to go 100 miles an hour because I'm young, I'm athletic, and I want to win. I want to prove that I deserve a contract too, not just my boy Christian Brown, but Payton Watson. He deserves his contract too, and everybody, those guys out there, even Zeke Naji,
unbelievable.
Down and dirty.
It's the best game I've ever seen him play. Ever. And I've seen every one of his games since he came out of Arizona. And I thought he was going to be like a massive hit of a draft pick. Was so wrong about it. And somewhere along the line, his confidence went to about 0. Talking about Zeke Naji.
Yeah.
But for him to come off the bench and score 21 points on 7 of 11 shooting and go 4 of 5 from 3, are you kidding me? It's a legendary win. And you know it if you watched it. Like, if you watched that game, you had no choice but to walk away almost like inspired.
Like, what just happened?
Yes. I mean,
if you love sports and you love the dramatic nature of it, then you had to watch that game. And the fact that there was no big star out there, and all the guys that were out there, anybody could have, but they came together, the 9 of them, the 9, came together and won the game. And not just won the game, they had to go to overtime. And still they pulled it out. Pickett driving there at the end of the Bruce Brown driving at the end of the game.
Unreal. And I love the fact that Embiid is the one that had a goaltending call on him to decide it. But think about this. So Embiid's playing much better. He is rounding back into form. He put up 32 and 10. The starting center for the Denver Nuggets was effectively playing his 3rd NBA game in Deron Holmes. 3rd NBA game.
Man.
They were so outsized, and somehow they were almost even with Philly on the glass. You had someone like Hunter Tyson, who just doesn't play, who comes off the bench and scores 14 points and had a 4-point play down the stretch. That was like one of the biggest plays of the game. Zeke Naji had an up and under where I'm like rubbing my eyes. I'm like,
Who is that?
Am I seeing this? Julian Strother coming off the bench, playing 15 minutes, contributing 6 points. It was just, it was all around just like, man, you can accomplish a lot when a bunch of people, there's an old phrase that I think is applicable to this moment.
Yeah.
The phrase is, one horse can pull 1,000 pounds. 2 horses can pull 10,000. And it shouldn't be like that. It should be this one gets 1,000, so they pull 2,000. No, but when you come together and truly, it doesn't matter who gets the credit. Like, either you're going to win or you're going to lose, and it's people who don't normally get an opportunity.
It's a full team effort. And
they're given that opportunity. And you're going to be allowed to play through mistakes in a way that you otherwise wouldn't if everyone else is going. And it is just amazing, the human spirit coming together last night. I'll remember it for a long time.
I'm going to remember it forever, just because of like the dynamic of it and how we had all 5 starters and some of our backups, our key backups, out of that game, and yet the 9 come together and win it. Like, this is something that David Alman said yesterday, that when these guys are older, they're going to get together, have a couple beers, and definitely talk about what they did here. That's an embarrassment if you're the 76ers. You should be embarrassed.
Yes.
All that money that was on the court.
Correct.
A team that's putting up, averaging 130 points, and you let the 9 beat you? You let some guys that anybody else could probably have beat you.
Correct. And they have hundreds of millions of dollars on the court just getting outworked. And there's another old phrase. Hard work beats talent.
I love this one.
When talent doesn't work hard. And that was the embodiment of that last night. Here was Adelman after the game.
It was just fun to see all these guys have a moment, and then for the collective energy and the group to get rewarded for it. If we lose this game by 1, I'm still so proud of the group. To find a way to finish it just says a lot about the group, and they deserved it.
And here's a little bit more from Adelman.
Yeah, Utah all those years ago, and we had 7 players. Obviously, Milwaukee, we got in at like 4:30 in the morning and somehow won that game. But this one's different. This one's unique because our best player didn't play. Yoke played in Utah when there were 7 of us. That's not what this was. This was a bunch of guys finding a way to get it done with grit and effort and timely shot making. And I think that's something that when they're older, 20 years from now, they'll probably grab a beer and talk about this game.
Pretty cool, man. And, I'm going to share one more thing with you because I just had a buddy of mine text it to me.
Yeah.
And I've shared this once to you in the past, I think. I worked construction for 3 summers. All right. I think I was 19, 20, and 21. And when I'd be home from college, you know what my name was on the job site?
Skinny.
College boy.
College boy.
Right? And that's such a construction site, a college boy. And my boss, who I can still see to this day, Mike Brock, and once in a while, it was masonry. So I was the grunt. I was the lowest, and we call it mud, but I'm running around wet cement, bringing it up ladders and all this stuff. And there'd be a ton of equipment on the job. And once in a while, whether you're dealing with a huge piece of stone or one of the huge toolboxes at the end of the week that needs to go home on the truck and get off the job site, my boss, Mike, would just yell out, and everyone knew what it meant, team lift. Team lift. And it's a lift on the job site that everyone's got to have their hands on it. 1 or 2 guys, nope. You grab a corner, you grab a corner, you grab a corner. Hey, maybe you get underneath, and we're gonna lift this 450-pound toolbox onto the truck. And that's what that was last night. It was a team lift. It was Peyton Watson, Deron Holmes, Spencer Jones. These guys could walk down 20th Street Mall 6 months ago and not get recognized by anyone. But it took every hand on that heavy-ass object that was the Philadelphia 76ers to lift that win.
So you say team lift, and the whole team comes.
Yes.
So they saw you lifting a hammer and said team lift.
No, it was. Now back then I'm in the weight room, right? But it was you just knew it when you heard it. Drop what you're doing. Something heavy ass needs to get lifted, and that was a team lift last night. And truly, and I mean that, like, and once in a while I say this, and like I shouldn't, because these guys are professional athletes, and they don't know I exist, and yet somehow I'm proud of the group.
Very much so.
And inspired by the group. That was inspiring last night.
That was fun. This is what sports is all about. It's for players to finally get their opportunity and then take advantage of it. Right? Like these players are sitting there, and some of them are probably upset. Man, I wish I would play more minutes. I wish I get that opportunity. Well, it's there. But when you do take advantage of it, now you make yourself a little bit of money. What Payton Watson's doing, he's making himself a lot of money.
He is.
Someone like Hunter Tyson, maybe somewhere along the line, somebody else is going to see him and say, hey, let's give him a chance to keep him around. And now you stay a couple years longer than maybe you think you're going to. Now you're making a little bit more money than you thought you were going to.
Yep. And all these guys can play in their own right. Hunter Tyson was a star in the ACC. Jalen Pickett was a star in the Big Ten. Zeke Najee was the freshman of the year in the Pac-12. Fit, opportunity, and confidence
Bingo.
Can go miles. And it did last night. That was legendary. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. Woo! We appreciate you guys rocking with us. We had news. You could not make this up what happened earlier today.
Perfect timing.
Oh, my gosh. This was nuts. It was almost freaky. And I feel like this happened one other time with something when we were talking about a subject and we got breaking news in the moment that we were talking about. I don't know what it was.
Honestly, it's happened to us a couple times on air around this time. Usually a player, right? Somebody getting released, something like that happens, and we get the breaking news. But this one was unique.
Yes. And by the way, that game last night, just real quick before we get to the Ravens stuff, that game last night, I mentioned this, Philadelphia was minus 900 on the money line. That means you had to bet $900 to win one. And you know someone last night threw that in their parlay, someone like Stokely, threw Philly in their parlay just for the juice and lost their bet.
And now he's mad. You know Stokes already mad at the world.
Furious. All right. We got the news. We were having a conversation in our 3 o'clock hour. And we're talking about... we started to talk about the AFC quarterbacks. And tomorrow, because we just didn't have enough time and this piece of news was so big, but tomorrow we're going to do a power ranking of the quarterbacks in the AFC playoffs.
Yeah.
And where Bo Nix fits among Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, Aaron Rodgers, CJ Stroud, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert. We'll do that exercise tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that. But we're having a conversation. We mentioned, I forgot how we got on it. Maybe we were talking about what quarterbacks were in the playoff picture.
No, I think it started with us. Like we got to the first quarterback, which was Josh Allen, your boo. And then all of a sudden, you got upset. You started crying, talking about poor Josh this, poor Josh that. It's not a one-man band. It's only a one-man band when they win. And then we started talking about, the Lamar stuff. And
yes.
you asked. You were like, hey, so what is going to happen in Baltimore? Are they going to get rid of Lamar? Are they going to get rid of John? Do they get rid of both?
Right.
And literally after you said that, Zach?
Dude, you could not make it up. I'm like, there's speculation that one of those two is going to be gone, that the situation has just become untenable.
Yeah.
And Drew jumps on the microphone and says, John Harbaugh has just been fired as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. You could have knocked me over with a feather. It was literally in the moment we were having that conversation. And so, one, this is just a huge story. Like, this is going to be unavoidable. It's everywhere right now.
It's the biggest story right now in the NFL.
And just in American sports right now. And we started talking about, like, hey, could there be a potential, ripple effect with this? One, who's going to coach the Ravens? This is an excellent organization. Like, one of the best run organizations, like just first class, a model of stability. And who's going to fill those shoes of John Harbaugh after being the coach for 18 years? And also, could John Harbaugh be on the move right now and fill one of these vacancies that someone like Vance Joseph is going after? And I threw out the idea of, hey, the Raiders have a vacancy, and Tom Brady is taking up more oxygen within the Raiders and I think is assuming more control. And I think that Tom Brady would love to have a coach like John Harbaugh if they can pay him top dollar and say, guess what we have that the others don't have? We have baked in the number one pick in the draft. You get to start your slate, your canvas brand new with the top pick. Here's the check.
And we're talking about John Harbaugh, a guy that builds culture, a guy that can build a team, just like Sean, just like his brother Jim. But now for John, it's like, hey, you can come here and truly show how great of a coach you are. And like you just got done talking about, you get the number 1 pick, and you're going to have the stability because people are going to probably back off and let you do your job. And there's a couple of talented pieces with the Raiders. And the Raiders are a horrible team. But you got Ashton Genty over there. There's a couple of young defensive players that are going to be around there. So John could find his way in the AFC in our division. All right, with the Denver Broncos, with his brother at the Chargers, trying to figure out how he can help the Raiders become relevant again.
Well, I think it could be a conversation. I'm curious if he does an interview. And if Tom Brady asks you to do an interview, and obviously John Harbaugh is in such a position of leverage that he'll be interviewing the Raiders as much as they're interviewing him. What are you gonna get from him? Like it's more the other way. At the end of the day, I don't think he'll take that job because
why would you? Why wouldn't he? Number 1 pick. You get to do whatever you want with the Raiders as long as like it's built in. They're like, I run this show.
Yeah.
Which I think Tom Brady, like he's going to be a part of this, but Tom Brady doesn't know enough about that business to just want to have all hands on deck. So maybe he gets somebody like John where he doesn't have to do as much because someone like Harbaugh has been around for a very long time and knows how to establish that culture.
Well, the reasons I don't think that he would take the job, and I do not think this is going to happen. I don't think he wants to be in the same division as his brother Jim. I think for them, the way that they talk about each other, I think that would be as important as just anything else, quite honestly. And if you can avoid that, why wouldn't you? Yeah. But also, while the Raiders are an iconic brand, they're also historically dysfunctional, and their ownership is, Mark Davis is
sporadic.
Yeah, and just like you talk about, like a model of inconsistency. I think the Raiders are going to be paying like 5 coaches to not coach right now. Seriously, I think it's that many. And so, like, if you could avoid that and go to some place like the New York Giants where you might have a quarterback there. There are some real defensive pieces over there.
But they're so dysfunctional too. You talk about organizations right now, guys. Like you look at the jobs that are out there for these coaches. I mean, the Arizona Cardinals, dysfunctional. The Cleveland Browns, dysfunctional. The Tennessee Titans, dysfunctional. Like who else? Like it's one of these things where else does John want to go? Maybe John Harbaugh looks at this and says, I don't want to be a part of any of these dysfunctional organizations, and I'm just going to sit back and relax like Sean did, like Mike Vrabel did,
right,
and wait for the right opportunity to come my way. Because, I mean, if I'm John coming from Baltimore and having it pretty good over there with the franchise quarterback and just building that culture up, I don't want to sit here and take on the Arizona Cardinals.
Right. And by the way, his brother Jim had the opportunity to come back to the NFL, with the Denver Broncos. And he just was patient. And is like, I'll wait for a better opportunity. Maybe, and I don't know his thought process at the time. Maybe he thought the Russell Wilson thing couldn't be salvaged, or maybe the new ownership group was too new. He didn't know enough about him. Whatever his reasons were, he was patient and ended up taking a Chargers job with a baked-in franchise quarterback. And I do wonder if that's on John Harbaugh's mind. I mean, he has had a franchise quarterback for years. But also, I think it's worth mentioning is that you look at Kansas City, and there has been speculation about Andy Reid for a couple years now that he could be facing retirement here real soon, and rightfully so. I mean, he's done so much, and he's near the end. And if you're John Harbaugh, and I don't know, if you'd wait 2 years or 1, I don't know, but that one's worth keeping an eye on. Like, who wouldn't want to coach Pat Mahomes for the second half of his career?
Yeah.
And I think that's worth mentioning.
Like, if you're talking about going into like the having a quarterback, a franchise quarterback that has done it before, then I would wait for Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs to open up.
Adam Schefter putting it out here within the last, 30 minutes or so. In the first 45 minutes after John Harbaugh was fired this afternoon, his agent, Brian Harlan, said he received calls from 7 NFL teams expressing interest in his client. There currently are 7 NFL head coaching openings, but one of them is the Ravens. That means an NFL team that currently has a coach was calling to check in on John Harbaugh. And I find that fascinating.
Wow.
And who could a team like that be? Now, I'll say this. I don't think this is the case. I would guess that it's not. I would speculate that it's not. But if Buffalo loses to Jacksonville this weekend, the way that I think that they're going to, Sean McDermott could be out in Buffalo. Now, again, I'm speculating because at the end of the day, I don't think that ownership group is going to do that. They're opening up a new stadium. I don't think they want to rock the boat.
Well, that would be a big mistake because now you have someone like Josh Allen. Let's just say you do get beat here coming up.
Yeah.
Josh is going to be frustrated because now he's like, I'm doing all this work, and the guys around me, they're not the best versions of themselves all the time, and I need more consistency. Maybe a star receiver or a star defense. Let's just go there. If they have a better defense, it's going to be easier for Josh Allen.
Because they're giving up 33 points a game in their losses in the playoffs.
And so for Josh, who's a franchise quarterback, if you want to talk about a franchise quarterback, he's one of them. You don't think he's going to walk up the stairs and say, hey, look, either you get this done and get me a coach in the building that truly knows what he's doing and can get us to the promised land, or I'm out of here. Because why would I want to be in Buffalo anyway? It's cold.
Well, oh, man.
Something has to change for Buffalo if they can't get to the top with one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
You would think. But we had the voice of the team on last year ahead of the playoffs. Yeah. Chris Brown, play-by-play voice of the Bills. And I remember I asked him, I said, hey, if they lose again, could Sean McDermott, his seat get hot? And he was offended and snippy.
Mad at you.
He was. And I'm like, dude, really? Like, you're that sensitive? I'm asking, like, all the Bills have done is fall short. Why would this not be a reasonable? And he said, well, he's got a better winning percentage than Bill Belichick and all this stuff. I'm like, hey, if you have Josh Allen. It's the greatest thing that ever happened in the organization, this side of Jim Kelly, Bruce Smith, Andre Reed. And it's not even under consideration. But I think that, see, this is worth monitoring, though. There are whispers in Buffalo right now that Brandon Beane, the general manager, and Sean McDermott are no longer on the same page. They came over as a package deal from Carolina. And in this morning's press conference, Sean McDermott made 2 comments that some Bills fans are taking as shots at Brandon Beane because they're not going to have another corner today. Just they were missing their number 1 corner last year in the playoffs when they lost. And they're missing
He's out again.
Their other corner. It's a different one, Hairston. And so, but he made these comments of like, almost like veiled shots. So, you know, if Brandon Beane were to fire Sean McDermott, John Harbaugh would have a baked-in franchise quarterback in Josh Allen. That's worth monitoring.
I mean, that's a huge deal. I think a lot of coaches will want to work with Josh Allen. Like the ultimate recipe, right? You need that final spice to have the best dish is having the quarterback.
Yeah.
That right there is the ultimate deciding factor on are you going to win a Super Bowl or are you not. John knows how to get there. He knows what a franchise quarterback looks like. He has a unicorn in Lamar Jackson, as we know. James Palmer, he clarified that for old Zach Bye. But you have another opportunity with Josh Allen, an MVP, a guy that wants to get there. Why would you not take it? Now, I like that one, but there's another one I'm thinking of, Zach.
I have another one, too. Who are you thinking? I'm going to write it down.
Yeah, we might be thinking the same one. The guy that I'm thinking of is Mike Tomlin from the Steelers. I know they're in the playoffs, and Mike Tomlin has always had winning seasons, but it seems like it has ran its course with –
It's not always having a winning season. It's just never having a losing season. There's a lot of 8 and 8s in there.
Well, I guess if you're not losing, you're probably winning.
Well, it just depends who you ask. I mean, the crowd was chanting "Fire Tomlin" 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but also, I mean, we're 14-3, and our fans are booing Bo Nix.
Well, that's true too. That's very true too.
We're fans.
That's true.
But for Mike Tomlin, I mean, he's done it. He's had success over there. He's won a Super Bowl. He's been around some of the best players, a Hall of Famer and Ben Roethlisberger. But maybe it's just time. it's stagnant over there, and it's time to move on, and maybe both parties decide to mutually part ways. And now someone like John said, well, let me stay in the division. You know, the Baltimore Ravens decide to fire me, making a bad mistake. Let me stay in this division, beat up on Lamar because I know his tendencies, the good and the bad, and go from there.
That would be wild. Well, here's the thing. If that Ravens kicker doesn't miss in the biggest moment, it could be Tomlin coming out today that they've mutually parted ways.
That's true.
Because that situation felt like it was at the end of the road as well. And despite the Steelers, winning that game and punching their playoff ticket, I don't think it's a very good football team. I don't think they're going to last very long in the playoffs. But what about another team in the same division that was rumored their coach was on the hot seat?
Yeah.
And that's Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. You also have a baked-in a franchise quarterback.
You do.
Now it's the anti-Baltimore in terms of organizational, consistency and liquidity and all that stuff. So, I wonder how important that is for John Harbaugh, because it was very important for Sean Payton, ownership and being in a football town and just having the right people in charge. And I remember I asked him in the preseason, he's like 20 teams every year.
Yeah.
20 teams, they think they have a shot and they don't because of ownership. And so I don't know how John Harbaugh views that.
You know what I fear, right? Like it has to do with the Denver Broncos right now. And what I fear is, like, the Chargers are sitting there at the 7th seed.
Yeah.
They have to find a way to beat New England. I think that they have a good chance to beat New England as long as Justin Herbert doesn't do what Justin Herbert has done in the past and just turn the ball over. But if they find a way to beat New England and now we have to play them, like, it's already going to be hard. But what if John and Jim combine with each other and say, hey, you're going to be a consultant for me. Help me out to try to beat the Denver Broncos. Now you have two Harbaughs trying to beat up on Sean. That would kind of be scary.
You want to know what? I think what you just said is extremely relevant. This is what these coaches have done here in recent years in a way that they have not before this era of NFL football. When they get fired, and not all of them, but we have seen it with Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
We saw it with Mike Vrabel, where they get fired, and instead of just being dormant, they go join an organization temporarily and help out. And Vic did that with Philadelphia before he got hired as the DC. We saw Vrabel do that with
the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, with Stefanski. Yes. So that would be very interesting if John Harbaugh was prepping with Jim to beat the
Like, it's already hard.
That could absolutely come into focus.
Now, granted, like, the Chargers have to handle business and beat New England.
Yeah.
So that's already going to be tough.
Right.
But if they get past them, they got to come back here. That's guaranteed. If the Chargers beat New England, it's guaranteed that they're coming back here. And just to have that extra help, extra set of eyes.
Yeah.
And it be your brother.
Yeah.
Who's going to have your back more than your brother?
No one.
Nobody.
Another team to monitor when it comes to the John Harbaugh news is Tampa. Tampa and Todd Bowles. Yeah. And that feels like it's gotten a little stale a little bit. And they won the division, right? Technically, right? Did they win the division, Tampa? Dante?
No. Didn't the Panthers did.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Panthers.
Yeah,
right.
The Saints.
Yes.
It's ugly over there.
But there's a lot of rumors surrounding Todd Bowles as well. So yeah, the Titans' job is open. Does he view Cam Ward as a potential cornerstone franchise quarterback on a rookie contract that you can build around financially for the coming years? If fantasy football, if you could wave a wand and John Harbaugh could be the coach of the Denver Broncos instead of Sean Payton, would you do it?
Heck no. Sean, you know how we go through this, and what's crazy is Greg Penner, they wanted DeMeco Ryans.
Yep, and Jim Harbaugh.
They wanted Jim Harbaugh. They didn't get him. But third time's a charm, right? Going forward again. And it wasn't about who you wanted, it's who you needed. We needed Sean Payton. The way that he views this game, the way that he approaches this game and how he built a culture and how he does not care about people's feelings. and how he had a plan. And he had a plan that he believed was going to work so much that he put it out there that they could win a Super Bowl this year. And you know what? We're 3 games away from winning a damn Super Bowl.
Crazy.
Sean Payton is the guy. In his head, he knows that he has an opportunity to do something that not one coach has been able to do. Win a Super Bowl with 2 different teams. And so that's where he's going for. And in order to do that, he had to be all in. And we're getting the best version of Sean Payton, and he's only getting better every single year that he gets the right pieces, the pieces that he needs to put together to continue to build up this franchise.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would not swap out Sean Payton for John Harbaugh. If the football gods, let us wave a magic wand, no thanks. It's just working here. It's just working.
It's just right.
And I'll continue to say the sentence of it feels like all things are possible this year, yet the Broncos feel like they're just getting started. We have not seen Sean Payton and this ownership group and George Payton build a roster that wasn't in cap hell. We have not seen that yet. So what does that look like when Bo Nix is still on a rookie contract?
Yep.
You're the most liquid team in all of the NFL. See, here's what I hope happens here. And I wanted to get to this eventually, but we're organically stumbling upon it. What I hope happens here, see, Greg Penner is still new to this, right? Still new to this.
3 years for him? 3-4 years maybe?
He is in his 3rd year.
Year 3.
Yep. Matching up with the show.
Shout out Greg Penner.
But he hasn't really tasted what success at the highest level feels like yet. Now, he's feeling it. He's feeling it now for the first time. Maybe got a small appetizer last year in the postseason. But he hasn't sat at mile high in his owner's box as the place is turning inside out.
I'm closing my eyes, envisioning it right now.
Greg Penner has not sat through a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and the Broncos are talked about every single day at the national level. He has not experienced that yet. He has not experienced what it's like to own a team that's playing in the Super Bowl. And my hope is he gets addicted. My hope is Greg Penner gets addicted to this. And when you get addicted, you make concessions that you otherwise would not without addiction. And in this case of addiction, it's the healthiest kind of addiction because Greg Penner, he can make that salary cap do a backflip if he wants to because you're the most liquid team in football. You're worth $80 billion.
He's doing it right now. Supposedly they're in cap hell, and yet they're still able to pay their players. Sakir, Zach Allen, Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper. I was gonna say John
I
freaking
know.
Myers.
Don't piss him off.
Yeah, I know. I don't want no tweets coming out talking about pay me.
Yeah.
But everybody that deserved to be paid has been paid and has been taken care of. The offensive line has been secure.
Yeah.
And as long as Bo Nix continues to rise to the occasion and he's getting better, that contract's gonna be insane. Now he needs to continue to do it. He needs to win games. But Greg Penner is the man for that. He can write the check.
Yep.
And he's going to be addicted to winning because winning is contagious. Once you get that feeling, you never want it to leave. It's just a feeling of like you rule the world. And I know it's hard to win in that league, but 14-3, we're living a dream, man, and we got to continue to do this. And how do you do it? You got to pay the right players and be invested in your team, and that's what this ownership group, that's what Greg Penner is doing.
Man, it is we've talked a lot about this ownership group. As much, if not more, than anyone in our market, because we just believe it is so important. It's essential to everything. Everything trickles down from the ownership group. So, all right, we'll take a timeout. All right, good conversation. If you want to react to it, you can hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Maybe we can get to some of those responses. Also, it turns out Vance Joseph is one of the hottest head coaching candidates in the league after what we learned today. We'll talk about the landscape for VJ's next potential stop next.
The Broncos win their 14th game of the season and finished as the #1 team in the AFC. With an extra week to prepare, will the Broncos move one step closer to a Super Bowl return? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You'd love new windows, but don't want to pay a fortune for them. I get it. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows Free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. And ask how you could get a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. If you're feeling cold drafts, have trouble getting your windows open or closed, or paying a lot for your heat, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
details.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry is Colorado's largest watch repair center. We service all major brands, factory authorized for Tag Heuer, Cartier, Omega, Breitling, Panerai, IWC, and many more. Matthews, we have time for you.
Online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so Vance Joseph is a hot commodity right now. We think.
Well, speak for yourself. I know. How can you not be a hot commodity after what you have done 2 years straight?
No, I think that you're right. The only reason I say that is because, and you can never know.
Yeah.
But you never know who is just trying to get through the Rooney Rule process or who authentically is considering handing Vance Joseph the keys to their organization.
No, I'm with you on that. You just don't know. Now, VJ will know when he goes into the meeting room with them and they have a conversation, a deep conversation. You could start to kind of pick up on things or say, okay, this person's not really authentic, or I don't have a good feeling about this guy, and I know I'm not going to get the job. And hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully somebody looks at VJ as, hey, you were just with Sean Payton. You guys are having a bunch of success. You have grown as not just a defensive coordinator, but as hopefully a head coach.
Right.
You know what you want here in the building. And he has stated that before on the podcast, what he would do differently, which is secure the trenches, offensive, defensive line, get a quarterback, then you go and get that quarterback next. But I think that, one, VJ is going to do a great job with interviewing because he speaks well and he's going to have a plan.
He does.
And two, I think he's going to try to paint this picture like Sean has done for this team, for the Denver Broncos, paints this picture that shows a Super Bowl. And so hopefully VJ can do the exact same thing and say, hey, I can be the leader of this organization and lead us to the promised land, but you have to give me that second chance.
It's going to be very interesting if he does get that second chance. Real quick house cleaning before we get into some of the details of this. I said that Greg Penner was in his third year.
Yeah.
It's the fourth year because Sean Payton is in his third year. Will Peterson texted us during the break. Yeah, Sean is in his third year. Greg is in his fourth year, and we know that because Greg fired Nathaniel Hackett after the Christmas Day debacle. So VJ, so this time yesterday, we knew that he was going to interview with the Tennessee Titans as soon as today, by the way. And then 24 hours later, we have new information. It's not just Tennessee. It's the Las Vegas Raiders. It's the Arizona Cardinals. It's the New York Giants. And it's the Falcons. So he is interviewing for nearly every opening. And again, how serious will these? We don't know. We'll find out here. I would hope, and I don't think that it will be, but I think it's worth mentioning. Typically, when you're about to coach in what will be Vance Joseph's biggest game of his life coaching, here in the divisional round, chance to go to the AFC Championship game, you have a blinders-on myopic focus. And again, I just think it's worth mentioning, you're going to do 5 different head coaching interviews leading up to this massive football game. It's just the way that it is. It's the process of this.
But think about this. They have a bye this week.
Right.
This is the best time to do it.
For the players, though.
But also for the coaching staff, what are you game planning for? Who are you game planning for?
You're probably doing an advanced scout on a couple teams.
And for sure, you're definitely going to do your due diligence. You're going to do your homework. But if you're going to have a distraction, this is the time to do it because you don't know exactly who you're going to play. So you can't necessarily game plan or go into deep game planning because you just don't know. So if I'm going to go through interviews, it's now. Let me get them done today, tomorrow, the next day. And then by Saturday, I'm ready to go. By Saturday, I'm focused. I'm locked in on the TV screen. Who are we playing? By the Sunday night, you'll know who you're playing, and you go from there. But this would be the perfect time for VJ to go out there, advocate for himself without it necessarily being a distraction.
Sure. Yeah, it makes sense. I hope that's the case.
Yeah.
But what could happen is you think he's going to do good in these interviews, right? So do I.
Yeah.
Vance Joseph is very well, he just comes off well. He's got a nice way about him. He's very articulate. He's very prepared, as you mentioned before. There's a chance that few of these teams want to do another interview. And it starts to get more serious. And then you're like in one of these situations where maybe I'm just a little bit, and it would be normal for anyone, you, me, VJ. So we'll see. We'll just keep our eye on the dynamic. We'll get the updates on, when these interviews are, I'm sure, at a certain point in time. But let's keep our eye on it.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the openings, what would be the best landing spot for Vance Joseph? The Raiders, the Cardinals, the Giants, the Titans, or the Falcons?
Oh, the two that come to mind is the Falcons because you do have a quarterback there, a young quarterback that you can build around. A defense, there's a couple key pieces on the defense that are young that you can build around.
They have talent.
You have a running back, Bijan running back, one of the best in the league. You can build around that. So that would be number one. Number two, I'm going to go with the Las Vegas Raiders. Max Crosby's over there. That's an ideal place you want to be defensively. He's a defensive-minded coach. He can add a couple pieces. We know he does a hell of a job defensively. You get the number one pick, too. So now you get to pick that quarterback that you want. I think that the Raiders may be the next one. It goes Atlanta, then the Las Vegas Raiders. Who are you going with?
I agree with you. I think it's the Falcons, number one. Followed by, I don't believe it's the Raiders, number two. I will go with the New York Giants because you may have I don't want to get carried away because I need to see more.
Yeah.
But they may have a franchise quarterback there in Jackson Dart who's on a rookie contract you'd be able to build around for years to come. They drafted Abdul Carter, who I think is going to be fantastic. You have a
that's not if he's looking at videos during meetings.
Right. At least he's awake, unlike Lamar.
Yeah.
You have a legitimate a wide receiver, right? So in Malik Neighbors, there's a couple other pieces defensively like Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence that are just like good football players. So I would have New York number two, followed by I'll say the Falcons 1, the Giants 2, and then it's between Raiders, Cardinals, Browns, Titans. I don't like any of these organizations. They represent instability.
Hell, all of them do.
And chaos, yeah. All of them do to a certain degree. I'll go Tennessee Titans number 3,
Okay.
just because they may have a young franchise quarterback as well in Cam Ward.
I like it.
All right.
As long as this quarterback's not sleeping in meetings, or I heard that Josh was taking baby pictures during one meeting with his wife.
Yeah, he's wholesome.
He can do it all, right?
It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, some guys have it all. That's Josh. All right. What did we learn today in Denver sports? We'll take a look back coming up next.
The Broncos followed up their 2024 season by winning 14 games, reclaiming the AFC West, and securing a first-round bye in the playoffs. Are the Broncos destined for a return to Santa Clara for Super Bowl 60? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
Colorado's largest sportsman's expo is back Thursday through Sunday at the Colorado Convention Center in Denver. Just once a year, Colorado's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, and RVers. Buy the latest gear, discover the best destinations. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, Thursday through Sunday at the Colorado Convention Center in Denver. More info at sportsexpos.com.
This new year, don't just make a resolution, make a transformation with SodaWeightLoss.com. Clients routinely look and feel 10 years younger like I did when I lost 60 pounds a few years ago with SodaWeightLoss.com, and it's never coming back. And right now, the perfect gift for you both. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. Soda is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results, just like me. Visit SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Oh,
wow.
That's the sound of flavor hitting just right. HelloFresh helps you cook fresh, delicious, wholesome meals every weeknight for a healthier you in each bite. From hearty falafel power bowls to juicy one-pan enchiladas, this is more than just dinner. It's feel-good made from scratch. Now hear that? That's what you bring to the table. HelloFresh. Nothing hits like home cooking. Try now at HelloFresh.com.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Final segment here on a Tuesday, January 6th. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us throughout the afternoon. And it's been a really fun show. And that went by really quick. We have a friend of the show stopping by. Feels like the first time in at least a little while. The scrappy one. The scrapster. Scrap Peterson. What up, Will?
What up, boys? How are you?
Scrappy.
Doing great, man. How are you?
Yeah, I was here a week ago tonight, and that was the congratulations. But also, I picked the Broncos to go 13-4.
Yeah.
Because your ratings were really good that day, but you know, and I wasn't right. Cecil wasn't right. No one was right. They went 14-3.
I mean, who could? Come on.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. But the drama underneath the umbrella of the 14-win season, you can't make it up. This has been a season unlike any other, William.
How many wins were truly comfortable? Like comfortable start to finish out of the 14?
I think the Bengals won, the Cowboys won, and that might be the end of the list.
My mind went to those two games as well. Because even this past Sunday, you never felt like Trey Lance and the Chargers were going to generate enough offense to make it scary. But it was, a one-score game for far too long that one big play and you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it was the Bengals and the Cowboys. So 14 wins, but 12 of the 14 had some element of stress. In some cases, a strong element of stress.
What are you hot on here?
Man, I think I am hot on, I really just want the bracket to hold. And I know when I was in last week with Cecil and Dover, we sort of talked about that a little bit. But the more I look at this, the division winners winning would be the best thing possible for the Broncos.
Walk us through it.
Well, then you'd make New England and Jacksonville play each other in the 2-3 round, and you'd get Pittsburgh here 1 versus 4.
And so, hold on a second. So that means New England would win against the Chargers this week, and Jacksonville is beating Buffalo.
Right, because if Buffalo wins or Houston wins or the Chargers win, then Pittsburgh can't come to Denver. Yeah, I mean, if Houston win, obviously they'd be out. But you know what I'm saying? Because the NFL reseeds.
Right.
So if it's the 6 or the 7, they're going to be the ones coming to Denver. So that doesn't mean, I'm not scared of the Patriots or not scared of the Jaguars. But I think you take out Buffalo, a threat. You take out Houston, a threat. And you get Pittsburgh coming to Denver for a spot in the AFC title game.
That would be just chef's kiss.
So I think you're rooting for chalk. I mean, do you guys see what I'm saying there?
Yes, yes, of course.
You just want all 3 division winners to win on their home field.
Yeah, and if Pittsburgh was coming here, oh my gosh, this defense. And now I want to put respect on Aaron Rodgers because he's been playing well. He's passing the eye test in a way.
He's thrown for over 3,000 yards. Only has 7 interceptions this year. So he's a game manager now. It's not the same Aaron Rodgers, but everybody around him are playing better football. And you also have to still understand that DK Metcalf, after beating up the fan, he's been out for 2 games.
Right.
Having him back in the mix, like that adds another explosive weapon that can help someone like Aaron Rodgers, who's been there. I mean, I want to say his record in the playoff games are 11-10. 11-10. Maybe it's the other way around, maybe 10-11, but I know it's one of those. 11-10.
Yeah, probably that one.
And has appeared 21 appearances in the playoffs, and of course has a Super Bowl. So he's a guy that you still got to give him respect.
Phil, he also went one and done at Lambeau Field all the time.
That's fine. He ain't at Lambeau Field. He's with the
right.
Pittsburgh
He'd be in
Steelers
Denver.
Now. I mean,
he'd have less of a home field advantage.
I look at yes, the Denver Broncos. If they handle business, they definitely can get into the Super Bowl. But this is wide open. There's no Patrick Mahomes. There's no like the Peyton Mannings and Tom Brady. I mean, everybody that's sitting here right in front of us have an opportunity to go all the way. It's just one of these sporadic years.
But do you actually believe that Pittsburgh can go all the way? I'll agree with you on the other 6 teams in the AFC.
I
the
don't.
Steelers are the one to me that I can't see it.
They're in the dance.
Could the other 5 go to the Super Bowl? Like, could you see the Patriots doing it?
Yes.
I could. Could you see Jacksonville doing it?
Mm-hmm.
I could. I think they're playing the best out of anyone right now.
Yeah.
Could you see the Texans doing it? With that defense, I could. Could you see Buffalo doing it? I cannot. Could you see Justin Herbert doing it? And the Chargers? I think I.
You can't say you cannot see Buffalo, but
that's
see Justin
the ultimate
Herbert.
reverse jinx right there.
What are you? Yeah, look at
what
you.
Are you doing, Zach?
What are you calling? Like, what do you think this is?
I don't think they're very good. I've been saying it since
reverse
September.
psychology.
Yep.
Will. That's exactly what it is.
Could Jim Harbaugh? I've seen Jim Harbaugh bring a team to the Super Bowl, and so.
Well, and there's only one quarterback on this list that has been to the Super Bowl.
Correct, and that was 16 years ago.
Yeah, but hey, the old dog is still in the fight.
Isn't that crazy? Well, I think maybe 15 years ago. 15 years ago, Aaron Rodgers was winning a Super Bowl, and he's still around. It's just so crazy.
That's because he was choking at Lambeau every year. I mean, that's what he did.
Yeah, there was a lot of awesome teams that just.
Yeah,
I remember the one game against San Francisco when he was the league MVP, and they marched down the field and scored immediately.
Was that the?
And they didn't
Mostert?
score the rest of the game.
Was that the running back for the 49ers?
Mostert?
Mostert. I think that year is when he just ran rampant and went for over 200 yards rushing.
Yeah,
I want to say
a lot of blown opportunities for Rodgers when he was with the Packers. If you want to make the argument that he is the most underachieving quarterback of all time, considering a lot of people believe he's the single most talented quarterback of all time, I've heard people say that, like Chris Sims, who I have a lot of respect for, say this guy's the most talented quarterback ever.
So why? But why? Because he hasn't been able to win multiple Super Bowls.
Yeah, he plays for the Packers, one of the most stable and well-run organizations in all of sports, and his teams they almost always were losing and getting upset, like they were the favorites and they were getting upset. Why don't you have that energy with Rodgers like you do with Josh?
I'm telling you right now, Josh is going to be down that road too if he can't get to a Super Bowl.
He definitely will, and he will because he plays for the Buffalo Bills, a bad organization. That's different than the Packers.
Yeah, the Packers have a rich history.
What other things did we learn today in Denver sports? We learned that it's not directly in Denver sports, but the John Harbaugh story is massive.
Yeah, it's huge.
That is going to take so much oxygen over the next 24 hours.
It really is. And first of all, Phil, I liked your idea. Maybe he goes and consults with the Chargers. You know, he could be doing that as soon as tomorrow because they need to get ready to play New England here in just a few days. And then if they win that game, they're coming to Denver, like you said, no matter what. So that is a potential Broncos wrinkle to it. Could there now be 2 Harbaughs instead of 1? Because, yeah, people are going to say, oh, he's going to get the next job. He can get whatever job he wants. He can say, I'm going to go hang out with Jim while he tries to go on a Super Bowl run, and then I'll take a job in the middle of February. How's that sound?
Did the Patriots play the Ravens this year? The answer is yes. It was just 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yes. And then, what was it? It was did the Ravens blow that lead and the Patriots came back?
Yes, it was Sunday Night Football. Final score, 28-24. Lamar coming up just a little bit short again.
He was hurt.
So
Lamar wasn't even in there.
He's always hurt. So, but
it's not like that Iron Man.
Yeah, he actually started the game but left.
Yeah,
he started the game but left.
Got a text earlier. He said he was okay.
Yeah,
back.
It's always
fell asleep in meetings.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean I didn't think about for the first round.
Mm-hmm.
You just scouted them for a full week 3 weeks ago. The more we talk about that, I'm almost expecting to see that.
Like, why not? Why not help your brother out?
This is what Vrabel did. This is what Vic Fangio did. What else did we learn today in Denver sports? Did we get a couple Stanley Cup winners to hang it up, Will?
What?
Did we get a couple
Jack Johnson.
Yes,
Jack Johnson retired. I only saw the one. Was there a second one that retired today too?
I don't think so. I think it's just Jack Johnson. I'm sorry. I thought you wrote about that at DenverSports.com. It was Jake.
Jake wrote about that, but I wrote about Gabe Landeskog, which honestly confirming weeks.
Yeah.
That was a good thing.
Yeah, it was.
That was a good thing.
Yeah.
Think about it. Jokic goes to South Florida. We all fear the worst. Weeks. Gabe goes to South Florida. We all fear the worst. Weeks. Just a weird time in that part of the country for Denver sports the last, 6-7 days here?
Yeah. Well, as you're one to always tell us, I told you so, I will tell you that I never was in my deepest fears about Jokic. I came in here the next day and said, this puppy's going to be fine. He's not going to miss the 4 weeks.
You were in the minority in that one, though. A lot of people thought that was an ACL.
I did not. I thought it was the most minor hyperextension with no other
then you
movement.
Feared for your life when it came to Gabe.
I didn't fear for my life.
Yeah, you did.
I did
You were
not.
like, it looked like the knee.
His knee did look like it wiggled a little bit. Thank goodness. It's all good. Just some broken ribs. He'll be okay. All right, we'll step aside, guys. Thanks for being with us here today. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. It's Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
The Broncos took care of business against the Chargers and closed out the regular season with a win. After a roller coaster season, does Sean Payton have his team dialed in for the playoffs? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? With the new year here comes the chance to make real positive changes in your life. Remember that first time you failed to perform in the bedroom? You probably just left it off, right? No big deal. But then it happened a second time, then a third. Guys, do not let it get to a third time. Because if you let it get to a third time, then you're just doing things all wrong and you don't want help. Go get help because you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. And ED is an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw away from their partners when ED affects their sex life. And the conditions can cause stress, anxiety, depression, and even worse, a man's partner can blame themselves when ED becomes a problem. And don't put the pressure on your partner. Put all the pressure on you. Why? Because you can go out there and get help. You can go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic where their treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some of these treatments can have you last an hour or even more if you have that much stamina. What you need to do is schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99, and it includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, AT and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And here's the thing, gentlemen, if the test dose does not work in the office, the visit is free. They also have 5 locations out there to serve you, so there are no excuses. Go get treated. You can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
I'm Rob Wilhite. For almost 50 years, Colorado has trusted the Wilhite Law Firm after serious car accidents. With over $1 billion recovered, we know how to win for our community. Injured? Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or Albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
What's up, everybody? It's Cecil. You'd love new windows. I'd love new windows. That's why I went to Window Nation. Why? Because I live in Roxborough. I deal with a ton of wind and cold winter months. Well, that means the higher heat bills. I don't want that. Well, how do you fight that? You fight it with new windows. Right now, Window Nation's buy 4, get 4 windows free sale. You can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. It's time. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now. It's windownation.com.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.